All right. Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining today. Sorry for the slight delay. There were a few last second lineup changes for these teams, but we are good to go now. Again, I am Bones. Saw me yesterday, here with S again, same as yesterday, and we are going to be commentating for the third place of the Checkmate tournament, Strawberry Milk versus You're on Your Own.
thank you so much for coming in today. I know we're a little late today, but I'm super excited to get into these teams. We commentated for Strawberry Milk yesterday, and we really saw that they put up a really great fight, but sitting here on your own, I was watching their fight with LG yesterday, and they themselves almost hit OT here. Really, really strong.
Yeah, both of these teams, such formidable teams, and such close battles to get into the finals. So I'm honestly very glad that we are doing a third place match, just to see these teams shine once again. And we're definitely going to be in for a very, very interesting day. I feel like I actually do want to give a shout out, to both teams, both Charmilk and You're On Your Own. Thank you guys for being so interactive in the chat, being just genuinely supportive of us. I know I actually haven't had the chance to commentate for You're On Your Own during this tournament, but when I was doing my research prior to the tournament and I reached out to the teams, I was like, hey, give me an idea of who you guys are so I can commentate for you. And Jogi from You're On Your Own gave me essays on each player, so much information, and so much just pride in his team and in his teammates. And obviously, Strawberry Milk did the same, gave me so much information, and was just very, very passionate about this tournament. And, I just want to say thank you to both of these teams. For just, taking it seriously and for just, bringing so much to the table, bringing so much passion and so much dedication to this game. And, it really shows.
I was going to say, I actually did have the luxury the other week being able to commentate for You're On Your Own with you. And, I mean, these teams are the strongest I've ever seen. You're On Your Own is always so strong, and Jogi themselves is like extremely sweet, so passionate about their team as well. It's always so nice to see like the love and dedication that goes into it.
I feel like now's a good time to go over the lineup. We've actually had a couple of last-minute lineup changes. I believe on both teams, if I'm not mistaken. I think we may have had I'm just going to check this real quick. A new survivor possibly on Strawberry Milk. Oh, nope, just You're On Your Own. I lied. So we are actually going to be seeing Fafa Hunt for You're On Your Own. Instead of Mushin, we've seen Mushin the past couple days. Beautiful, beautiful work on that. But we are going to see Fafa, so we could definitely be seeing some crazy, crazy Soul Weaver coming into today's tournament. Definitely very excited to see what Fafa brings to the table.
Yeah, I really think the sub in for Fafa instead of Mushin is definitely going to keep Strawberry Milk on their toes today. As a lot of people know, Fafa is, I think, one of the top hunters in NAEU. Someone who you definitely have to keep an eye out for, and is always really out there with those non-meta picks.
Definitely something that I am very excited to see. Unfortunately, haven't really seen a Lizard on Fafa's lineup, but we have seen that Soul Weaver, as I mentioned before. We have seen that Ripper. Maybe we'll finally get to see that Ripper that I've been talking about for this entire tournament and not not seeing. But always a possibility. And definitely, very excited to see what Zenberg brings to the table as well today. We saw that Wax Artist yesterday. We saw that Hermit yesterday. Even if that Hermit match didn't go as according to plan, it's always a new day. And there's always more to bring to the table. There's always redemption to be found, I suppose. But I'm definitely very, very excited on the Hunter side of things. As always, I am a Hunter main. I know, S, you're a little bit more Survivor biased, but it's okay. I'll balance it out.
I apologize.
Well, Survivor-sided game. You can cheer for the guarantee. I I like a little more of an underdog.
I know it's always great to support the underdog, but sometimes those survivors are definitely definitely there. And it does look like we are going into our map selection. I believe we are going with Ever Sleeping, and then the band map, is that Leo's?
That is Leo's. Unfortunately, not gonna get to see that Leo's memory, at least in this round, could show up later. But, you know, I get it. Ever Sleeping, I would always pick Ever Sleeping. Such a good map for both the survivors and the hunters. Um, Small enough to keep that map control up, big enough to, you know, make sure that not everybody's clumped in the same spot. But, you know, honestly, a really, really good map on both sides. And yeah, I see that we have some new viewers in the chat. Thank you so much for joining. And I really hope you enjoy today's selection. Or actually, this is the final day, so this is S and mine last time commentating for Checkmate. For now,
For
let's
now.
hope. Um, But yeah, so this is going to be our last day. And please be sure, you know, we don't know how long this is going to run. I definitely expect us to go at least to a third round, if not overtime again. Strawberry Milk did push Ravens into that overtime yesterday. You're on your own nearly went to overtime, was completely locked up. It was, if you can go back and watch yesterday's stream, you and Mixie did an amazing job commentating for that yesterday. They were completely tied up until the third round. I believe it was 5-5-4-4 was the score. Something along
Yeah,
those lines.
it was insane.
It was crazy. So definitely go back and watch that. That was You're on Your Own versus LG. So it was such good fights for those positions in the finals. But you know, third place match, we're definitely going to be seeing some crazy stuff happening today. I definitely expect us. I hope we go to overtime.
All right, we were having a few technical difficulties, but it looks like we are all good now. But
Yeah, I know.
we're
I'm
still
actually stuck in the downloading patches purgatory. I know you were stuck there yesterday. It's
yeah,
almost
no,
done. We're
it was
almost there. We're at like
so
95%.
bad.
I don't know. I know that Ravens as well also got stuck downloading patches before their
Oh my god,
matches. So
it was
definitely
awful.
the updates this week have been very interesting. But speaking of updates this week, how have you been enjoying the anniversary event?
Okay, this is gonna sound really awful because I really want to play it, but I just haven't started it.
That's
But
understandable. No, I get it.
I'm really excited because I always love a good Yidra skin. Dreamwitch is always gorgeous and so beautiful. So, finally the opportunity to give her legs. I don't know. I
Well,
think she's beautiful.
She's got legs in Tomie, but that doesn't really count, does it?
No, Tomie is her own entity.
I know I've been really excited about the anniversary events. I'm always really excited for the anniversaries, even though they're not doing Truth and Inference for this one. I'm a big fan of the veteran game. I love
Mhm.
Gardner. I love Hell Ember, Doctor as well. So seeing them sort of at the front and center for this event has got me really excited. But we are going to head right into the bans and picks here. Definitely anticipating that Priestess ban. Only
For
Survivor bans
sure.
for this first round, so Fafa will be free to play. That Soul Weaver coming into this first round on the Hunter side, but we could be seeing something different.
Yeah,
Um,
we could definitely.
I know that we definitely we saw some different stuff out of Fafa coming into Koa, but we are going to see that Seer band first. So maybe a Dream Witch, maybe something like a Bloody
Maybe.
Queen, or maybe a Ripper.
You know, there's always a lot of possibilities with the Seer band just because he is one of those universal bands. Um, you know, definitely never rocked out of his position in the meta. And it does look like our first lock-ins on Strawberry Milk's end is going to be that Priestess in Antiquarian. You know, I'm not really surprised about these two choices. Once you open the gate for them, it's all fair and game.
Yup, definitely two survivors that you really do want to get in right off the bat before they get banned off the field. Priestess, especially on a map like Ever Sleeping, can be so valuable for those assists, able to just place portals, basically spanning the entirety of the map, and can take her teammates one side to the other right away. And we are going to see that forward ban. This is definitely, reminiscent of sort of a reversal of those plays that Strawberry Milk was pulling off yesterday
Yeah.
with that forward, with that seer on this very same map on Ever Sleeping Town. So definitely Fafa doing his homework. And paying attention to the teams. So I believe that is also a Gravekeeper ban as well. So definitely not looking for those tankier survivors, not looking for any rescues to be happening here. Though we could see a Merc locked in, as the door has been open for him. But yeah, we're sort of targeting Strawberry Milk here
Mhm.
with those rescuers and that harassment.
I
Oh,
know
that's a
you.
mercenary. It is
Oh, it is
switched.
a
That
mercenary.
makes more sense. Oh, I was a
Yes.
little bit like, well, there we are.
There we go.
There's the Gravekeeper. In a bit of a different position than what we saw a few seconds ago. But
We
yeah,
let him out of
definitely.
jail.
That makes more sense. This makes more sense to me.
No, I totally understand. You know, that Merc ban, it looks like Fatha's going for some really good, strong, old meta bans here. With this, I am somewhat anticipating that Soul Weaver, um, but, you know, with Fatha, you can never be too sure. But that Gravekeeper pick, if not for rescuing those shovels, the two shovels that this Gravekeeper gets are quite perfect for containment.
Yeah, definitely really excited to see. We've seen some crazy stuff out of Strawberry Milk with that Gravekeeper's just ability to grab that shovel and just go. I believe yesterday there was I believe it was Dust who pulled off just a crazy dungeon escape, utilizing that shovel with detention, able to secure just a one-man escape. So definitely really excited to see that Gravekeeper making a return here. And we are going to see Prospector banned, so definitely not a survivor that you want to let out to play, especially on a map like this where, if you play your magnets right, you can pull the hunter all sorts of directions within the two-story buildings, up, down. Just a real hassle to deal with. So definitely a good ban on that end.
Yeah, these are
Um,
some interesting bans coming off of Fafa. Usually, these aren't the very typical bans we see every now and then. Usually, especially when we're commentating, I think the top 3 bans we always see are Priestess, Dancer, and Antiquarian. So to see
Maybe
those
Fafa's
3,
engaging in a little bit of misandry to start the day. Never a bad thing.
whoa,
But I do wonder
I
if,
understand.
since the door has been opened, if we could be seeing that toy merchant make an appearance. I know that she kept getting
I
banned. We could also be seeing that
hope.
female dancer. Um, but I do hope. I know Junie on Strawberry Milk has been wanting to play that toy merchant. So I do wonder if we could see her. Maybe not this round. But since
Maybe.
that door has been opened, I definitely love seeing Toy Merchant. I know Mixie loves seeing Toy Merchant. I know you love seeing Toy Merchant.
Of
So,
course.
Toy Merchant for us to start this day off. If you guys are listening, if you're listening, bring out the Toy Merchant. But we could also be seeing that dancer, as you were saying. She had been banned so often. Definitely such a strong contender on this map, and as you were saying yesterday, a bit of an underrated thing about the female dancer, apart from those boxes, is she gets that speed boost when she drops from any height, and on a map like Ever Sleeping Town, there's so many areas to drop from, so you just get those speed boosts.
Hmm. I'm just watching the chat fly by, but I definitely agree with the choice. If Fafa does play the Bloody Queen, this Antiquarian is probably the most viable chase here.
We are actually going to see the acrobat coming out. Not really surprising, honestly. Um, we saw a lot of acrobat yesterday. And such a strong character, especially on a map like Ever Sleeping, where you have those windows, you have those walls, where you're able to vault with the balls over. We're going to ignore the rhyming there. That was not intentional, but I definitely, Acrobat, always a classic choice. And I do believe, to just answer a question in the chat real quick, I'm pretty sure that Soul Weaver's webs can knock the Gravekeeper out of shovels. If I'm not mistaken. I'm like 99% sure. I don't play Soul Weaver. I have tried. I am not. It's because I play Tall Hunters.
She's too
I play the
heavy for
Lizard. I
me.
play. Yeah. No, I play the Lizard. I play Nightmare as well, and those are both such hunters that have like all cameras. And then like I try Soul Weaver and I'm like, I can't see anything. I'm like 3 inches tall.
That's how I feel all the time, but that's why I only play both the Bloody Queen and Geisha. And it does look like we did get our Persona webs in for Strawberry Milk. We do have the Gravekeeper running Tide and the Antiquarian with Broken Windows. This does bring the fact out that the Acrobat and the Priestess are both running Flywheel.
You know me, I'm a flywheel defender. We went over this one
Not...
yesterday. We're going to actually see the breaking
Whoa!
wheel. So on that note of flywheel, definitely something to look out for in terms of the breaking wheel. Does kind of counter that Priestess pick, so it definitely makes sense why Priestess wasn't banned. Because in that wheel form, the breaking wheel is not affected by those portals. No stun, just runs right through them. So definitely a strong pick there. But with that flywheel, with the flywheel on the Acrobat as well, definitely interested in seeing how Strawberry Milk is able to, or if they're able to, flywheel at the exact right time to avoid that piercing. And yeah, we're definitely in for a good first round.
Yeah, I'm so excited for this first round. I mean, we've already seen just how much Strawberry Milk is willing to like put themselves out there just to get this just to get a win. And
Yeah,
with
we
a
definitely
team...
saw that yesterday.
Oh, for sure. And with a team composition like this, I can very much understand why we did not get an Antiquarian or a Priestess ban. Just because wheel form, really, those stuns it does not affect this wheel at all.
Yeah, I definitely really interested to see, how that Antiquarian can work with the wheel form. I do think that still a very, very good choice, even though, she is a very close range stunner. She is still very strong against the breaking wheel, just, by virtue of being able to not lock off that attack for a certain amount of time. Very very strong, and I'm definitely very interested. We have seen that Antiquarian multiple times. And yeah, Wheel is definitely a hunter that can be very weak to harassment. Outside of the wheel form, obviously, immune to stuns while in the wheel form, but when out of the wheel form, not very much that that he can do when he's not rolling around. But I do think that the Gravekeeper as well will be a little bit of a challenge, just because while in that shovel, won't be able to spike the Gravekeeper, and there are a lot of forwards here. Never mind. Okay, we're switching out. We're getting in. Just both of those forwards spawning. It's like, oh, hello, but not yet.
No, I'm definitely watching watching the chat, but I definitely agree. The wheel is easily harassed, especially by characters like Priestess, and any harasser that definitely definitely can have stun capacity, but unfortunately, Antiquarian is one of those characters. Well, she does stun. She isn't really. I wouldn't consider her like a first like choice stunner personally.
I mean, I think most teams are considering her a first choice stunner
Really?
just in terms of like what I've been seeing in tournaments lately. She's definitely
Mm,
been one of the most picked, either most picked or most banned, just
yes.
because of that versatility, and the
Mm,
fact that she doesn't have any decoding debuff. But I do think that Mary in the chat actually brings up a really good point. Two of these survivors have gate debuffs. Both the Acrobat and the Antiquarian cannot open the gate. I believe they have a 30% debuff
they
while opening the gate.
do.
So
Absolutely detrimental.
definitely, yeah, it can be very detrimental, especially, considering that they very likely won't be the first chase. Probably going to
Mhm.
survive to that end game if it happens. So definitely something to look out
Yeah.
for.
I was most so saying like first base stunner just because you have stunners like both the enchantress and the forward who do longer stuns. But I know the anti is very formidable. It does look like we are going right into this match, and the Antiquarian is our first chase here.
Yep, are going to see the Antiquarian probably trying to get that spike in, but the Antiquarian doing a great job of just avoiding that wheel, running around in circles here and just not getting in the way. Not going to get run over today. And this is the challenge of the breaking wheel, it's not very hard to just run around, avoid those, there we are, there we go, first spike into that Antiquarian, but it is, such a challenge, such a hard hunter to control as well,
Mhm.
so using that breaking wheel at all, can be very much of a challenge, and we are seeing this Antiquarian do a great job at avoiding that second spike here.
Yeah, I mean, this Antiquarian is doing a wonderful job of just
Ah.
rotating. We did see that second spike here. Oh, beautiful, beautiful stun coming off here.
Yup, and that
Really,
is where the Antiquarian comes in handy because she did lock off that attack, so Fafa was unable to get a hit in with those spikes. And oh wow!
whoa! Wonderful blink prediction coming off of this Antiquarian here. Really managed to get that vault in. Beautiful stun once again, and
Yeah,
disarming this wheel.
very, very effective.
Wonderful.
And oh, there we go,
Yeah.
taking the hit there, and not much stick to work with for late in this game. But what a wonderful first hit on that Antiquarian. Already down to two ciphers remaining, and both of those last two ciphers are either already started or about to be started by the rest of the team. So a really, really strong early game for Strawberry Milk. Cypher Rush, absolutely detrimental. We are going to see that Gravekeeper hop into the shovel to avoid being spiked before the chair, and Acrobat also picking up a spike while we're at it.
Yeah, looks like we have this priestess coming in for support here. Really trying to get that pallet down just because I believe yes, the Antiquarian does have broken windows. So you're really trying to get that speed boost off for her.
Yup, uses the last of her stick there to just get one more disarmament. Unfortunately, just not quite enough time for her to reach that portal, and she is going to be seeing, I believe, her second chair here.
Mhm.
But Ciphers are still making very, very good progress, even with the Priestess there to play some support portals. And it was very, very valuable as well that the Antiquarian was rescued beforehand. Even if she doesn't have any resources to work with later in the game, she's still an extra body, and she's still another survivor that Fafa will have to be disposing of in order to, have a shot at a draw or a three-man win, or even a four-man win.
Exactly. And I always have this conversation, especially with my my rank team, but especially when against a wheel, you don't want to risk losing that extra body, especially because wheel is not a camp-based hunter, so it's quite possible for an easier rescue.
But we are going to see the Antiquarian take two spikes and be downed with that piercing ability. And that's what, you know, Breaking Wheel already at full presence now. Definitely going to be formidable heading into the endgame, but those ciphers are nearly done. Priestess is going to transition away from it just because she knows that the Breaking Wheel is very fast and right on his way to that cipher to pressure it, and we are going to see the chase come onto the Priestess. But it does look like their teammates are transitioning over towards that prime cipher, but it is not quite primed yet, and the Priestess is going to take 2 spikes and go down very neatly.
Yeah, we're gonna see. We're. Oh, sorry.
It's alright.
But no. Really great choice on Fafa's behalf here. Just letting the priestess sit. You know, letting her use her self heal. Really putting that pressure, knowing that you're on one last cipher.
Priestess, though, will be self-healing very quickly, both on account of being a priestess, and also because she was carrying Flywheel, so yep, she is already back up, has exhausted her self-heal, but, considering that I believe we will see if the Breaking Wheel ends up rotating back around to chase her, but it looks like he is just going to pressure the Gravekeeper here, who only needs 1 spike to go down, and he will be doing just that. But Priestess is making her way back to that cipher she was working on before. But this is really just the beauty of the Breaking Wheel, you know, even if the early game wasn't as strong, as he accumulates more presence, his ability to just pressure the ciphers on the map is so strong. And we're seeing that exhibited beautifully here by Fafa. And a great support, a great portal there as well by the Priestess. Not in a place that's very easy to aim as well. And oh, a beautiful flywheel, but not able to dodge that blink in time. Very unfortunate, but such a great flywheel to avoid that, that spike. Unfortunately, you know, not the best. And we are actually going to see that, yep, Fafa is actually carrying Insolence, and on that Insolence tree is the trait that reduces the self-healing limit, which means that Priestess is stuck at 60%. Gravekeeper still has that self-heal to utilize. Acrobat making his way over to the Priestess to heal her, and we are going to see the Gravekeeper on that second chair.
Yeah, I mean, picking up the Priestess really makes sure that they lose just a lot of time.
Yeah, definitely, as you were saying before, you know, making sure that you have that extra body, not wanting to have all of your survivors on the ground, but that looks like that is going to be where we're heading. Gravekeeper is going to be sent back to the manor, but Priestess already at about 80% on her cipher, or about 70% on her cipher. While Acrobat sees that chair, we could be seeing a one-man escape, but the Breaking Wheel is already well on his way over. Priestess does have 2 portals to work with, so we could definitely see her contain long enough, but with the Breaking Wheel's ability to just avoid those stuns, is very likely that. But yep, both of these survivors will actually fall victim to the Pierce, and that is going to be a very clean 4-man for Fafa in this first round, and for You're On Your Own.
Really interesting play. Fafa definitely turned that match around at the end here.
Yeah, definitely, you know, and that is the beauty of the Breaking Wheel. Such a presence-based hunter as well. But it's just very impressive because, you know, even with that Antiquarian's Kite, even with, you know, securing that that 3-cipher kite, the ciphers were just pressured by Breaking Wheel, you know, the ability to just run around the map so effectively. And, you know, once you hit that endgame with the Breaking Wheel, it really is just a matter of slugging. But we are going to take a look at the stats here. Antiquarian with a 127-second kite. All of these survivors did manage to decode at least 1 cipher. Acrobat with 2 ciphers decoded. Unfortunately, just not enough to get that last cipher popped in time, and unfortunately resulting in a 4-man elimination for this first round. But very strong work on Fafa. 31 hits, you know, I believe that the strikes do actually stack with the amount of the spikes as well as the basic hits. But yeah, just very strong work, and really setting the tone for this matchup, I believe.
Oh, for sure. And I will say, that the priestess and the antiquarian here did excellent work with their kites. I know the priestess had a lot of pressure on her, but I will say, that flywheel getting rid of that spike was honestly really well timed, and the antiquarian's early game kite really saved them a bit.
Yeah, definitely. And also very strong work by Strawberry Milk, able to extend the match for as long as they did. Definitely, utilizing their teamwork, showing the priestesses with her support portals. And obviously, the Antiquarian's first kite was absolutely, something to behold.
Mhm.
Utilizing that stick in order to lock off the Breaking Wheel's attack. And, that is the thing with the Antiquarian versus a wheel that doesn't have any presence. There's nothing that he can do with those spikes. He does have that secondary way to deal damage, but that doesn't become unlocked until first presence. There is no Pierce.
Mhm.
You're unable to make full use of those spikes, and so when the Antiquarian is, she has 2 spikes in her, she goes down in 1 hit, but that doesn't mean anything when his attack is locked off and he's unable to hit her in the first place. So really, really effective work extending that kite by the Antiquarian, even if it didn't end up paying off the way that Strawberry Milk probably hoped. It was definitely, a show of things to come.
For sure. You know what? For for seeing you're on your own, full of a lot of veteran players, and then seeing Strawberry Milk, a relatively new team, like I honestly am extremely impressed with one, how far they've gotten and how far that they have pushed in this tournament, and being able to compete even just a bit with Fafa's wheel, or Fafa in general. Always super impressive. Personally, I don't think I'd ever be able to pull off kites like theirs.
And yeah, a little bit of discussion in the chat as well about like what went wrong on that end.
Absolutely nothing.
Genuinely, it is, yeah, nothing really went wrong. I mean, obviously something did go wrong considering it was a 4-man elimination, giving 5 points to your on your own for this first round. However, that is just the reality of the Breaking Wheel. If you don't keep
Mhm.
up that Cypher rush there in the end, the Breaking Wheel will pressure all of those ciphers. And I do think that the moment where things turned around was when the Antiquarian wasn't able to reach that support portal in time and took a hit before going into it.
Mhm.
If she had been able to just reach that portal, possibly with a little bit of support from her teammates body blocking, would have been able to probably kite a little bit longer and therefore secure possibly an escape or a draw. But the Breaking Wheel, with that map pressure, with that cipher pressure, is such an effective hunter when it comes to the end game. But we are going to go into the second half, with Strawberry Milk is going to be hunting, You're on Your Own is going to be surviving for this half. And I'm definitely very excited to see what Zen brings to us today.
Yeah, I mean, we saw yesterday Zen plays a really strong wax artist. We saw Zen's Hermit. Oh my goodness. We saw Zen's Hermit yesterday. First match jitters with a hunter you've never really portrayed in a tournament. So really hoping to see Zen really bring his all today. And then it does look like our first ban today is going to be that priestess. Not really surprised by that one on a map like this.
Yeah, definitely understand the priesthood, but we are actually going to see the female dancer come out instead. So excited to see her finally let out of her cage, um, and you know, let onto the steam. And we are actually also going to see a seer as well. Definitely really excited to see, a little bit of that older, not quite older with the dancer, but older characters getting their time to shine. We are going to see the Antiquarian and the Barmaid both banned. Definitely understand that Barmaid ban here,
Oh
especially if we are
yeah.
going to be seeing that Wax Artist, even if in theory the barmaid is countered by Wax Artist, but after yesterday, with Proud Sensei's barmaid, definitely understand that ban if we are going to be looking at a Wax Artist here today. But we are going to see that toy merchant coming out on the side of You're on Your Own. definitely very excited to see her, and such a strong character to be utilized on a map like this with those catapults, with those second story areas.
They
Can
freed
really,
her.
really support her team. They did. They freed her.
This lineup is really, really strong. You have the Seer, who at any moment could get another owl. Even with that first owls always make or break for a lot. And that toy merchant, especially if you're going for distance and for characters like the female dancer, who if she does lose all her boxes, that toy merchant is always there to really pass off another item. And we all know how much I hype up the female dancer. Past her music boxes, that vault buff always works in her favor.
Definitely. Definitely excited to see the toy merchant on a team that can actually somewhat take her items. I do wonder who that last slot is going to be. And I wonder if it will be another character who can take those. Possibly, possibly not. We could be seeing another acrobat, definitely. Or we could be seeing a mercenary. Mercenary has been allowed out of that ban. So we could definitely be seeing him come out once again. But we could also be seeing something out of the blue. I know You're On Your Own does often pull out those surprise picks here. Maybe not in the first round when you have, that full survivor roster to choose from. Or not full, but a larger survivor roster to choose from. But definitely, I will say possibly either a mercenary or an acrobat, just considering, what we have seen already. And what we continue to see. However, I would definitely like to see something a little weirder, something like a cowboy, something crazy. I know that Your On Your
Oh,
Own does have a cowboy on their
I
team. Probably not yet.
know.
Probably not yet. Could be seeing that
Kevin.
magician. Probably not yet. But definitely excited to see what You're On Your Own brings for these survivor picks today. As we just wait for that last one to be locked in.
Yeah, personally, I am really anticipating more of a rescuer here. If
Mhm.
not, first officer with a team formation like this, especially with that toy merchant. And I'm wrong. It's going to be that mercenary. Also a really good strong pick. If you're going for wasting a little bit extra time, and also once you're out of elbow pads, toy merchant really works well with both the female dancer and the mercenary here.
Yup, and yep, just as I was saying, able to two members on this team, not the seer unfortunately, but both the dancer once she has exhausted all of her boxes and the mercenary can pick up the toy merchant's items. So definitely really hoping to see that assist. I know that we did actually see You're On Your Own really effectively utilize the toy merchant's items. I believe there was a pocket watch that came into play
Mhm.
during their matches against, I do not remember, but I know this was in a previous round, that they were able to utilize the toy merchant's items. So definitely hoping to see that assist come out. Both of these teams, both Strawberry Milk and You're On Your Own, have really, really impressive teamwork that we've seen showcased throughout the tournament. So definitely, I know that I'm biased towards the Hunter side of gameplay, but it is very, very fun to see how well these teams can work together and coordinate themselves against the Hunters. But I believe we're just waiting on the persona picks now. Would definitely expect to see just that one tide on the mercenary, and then a combination of broken windows and flywheel for the other three.
I was gonna say, I think it's really I think it's a really good feel to have both you and me talk, especially because we both see different sides, especially with matchups, just because I don't normally play hunters. So it feels like definitely when it comes to survivor plays and hunter plays, you and I have a little bit more insight of um just about how everything works together.
Mm-hmm. And it does look like we are going to be seeing that those Persona Webs come in, and I was actually wrong. We are actually going to be seeing the Toy Merchant carrying Tide Turner as well as the Mercenary. So we're going with 2 Tides here, definitely looking for that second rescue and being a little bit safer on that front. Both the Seer and the Dancer have broken windows, and we are going to be seeing that Wax Artist here returning from Zen for a little bit of redemption today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see just how Zen pulls this through. We saw the other day, like, Zen really pulled through yesterday here with that Wax Artist. I believe in the 3rd round. You know, really good pressure on ciphers coming from his end.
And especially, you know, on a map like Ever Sleeping, a lot of open ciphers and a lot of ciphers that are within distance for that wax blob, which wax bomb, I suppose, is a better way to word it. But the flying wax, you know, able to span such long distances, and lock off ciphers while he's, you know, while he's chasing, while he's camping a chair. Just such an effective hunter, and especially on a map like this where you're able to sort of play into that versatility. So very excited to see what Zen has to offer for us today. And especially against a team like this, you know, I saw the chat talking about, you know, not really wanting to chase any of these guys. And while that's true, you know, I do think that the Seer or possibly the Toy Merchant, maybe the Dancer as well, especially if she's not able to set up her boxes in time, but she will probably spawn in an area where she can do that very quickly, and set up, you know, those areas that can be absolutely detrimental to a hunter. But definitely, like, we have seen that Seer catch that first chase, especially with a Wax Artist. You know, it's so difficult to owl properly against a Wax Artist.
Yes, especially if you are or do unfortunately get put in the position to be stunned. You know, getting that owl off, it's all about timing.
Yeah, and it's very, you know, with that owl, especially against the Wax Artist, you know, with that freezing, with the wax freezing ability, it is it's sort of a grab bag, sort of a mind game there. When you can owl, when you can not owl. It gets tricky, and it is very difficult to play that Seer against a hunter like the Wax Artist, just because, you know, there's so much to worry about, and you don't have that opportunity to gather those owls. But responding to the chat here, Wax, haven't seen him in forever. Check out yesterday.
Oh,
Yesterday, I believe it was 3 Wax Artists in a row, and then a 4th one immediately after. So if you are starving for a little bit of Wax Artist content, if you're like, wow, I haven't seen this guy in a while, I really miss seeing him, please, yesterday was like the Wax convention. A little bit of Madame Tussauds museum kind of gameplay. So if you are starving for the Wax Artist, we definitely have a lot of wax to offer. So never a shortage of our good friend Philippe when it comes to this tournament.
Yeah, you know, I think we've seen a fair share of Wax Artists this tournament. Luckily enough, I haven't seen him in any of my matches, but I'm not gonna jinx that yet.
Yeah, well, we are starting off strong with that Wax Artist from Zen, you know, and if we end up not banning him the next match, I am sure we will see him again. But we are going to head right into the spawns here now. Looks like we are going to see that Dancer spawning in the middle, as she should, you know, so able to set up those boxes both in the center building and in those pallets outside. Just a really strong area for her. We are going to see the Mercenaries spawn at the fake gate, Toy Merchant spawn near the back exit gate, and inside that house as well. And the Seer is going to very likely be that first chase here, spawning near that covered area by the corner house. So definitely very excited to see, you know, we have seen that Seer be that first chase multiple times, I believe, during Wax Artist matches. And definitely a very good choice for that first chase, considering, you know, it does take time for that owl to come back, and if you're waxed before then, best of luck to you. But yeah, good. Speaking of that, good luck to both teams as well. We are heading into the second half of the first round. I am Bones. This is S. And we are watching You're on Your Own Survive and Zen from Strawberry Milk Hunt. So thank you all for coming.
Yeah.
And we are just going to head right into it here. Wax Artist heading kind of towards the middle as well. And we are going to see that the dancer is already setting up those slow boxes there in the middle, but only going to catch a brief glimpse of that as the Seer is already transitioning to the graveyard.
Yeah, I really think out of any of these survivors, the Seer here is definitely the choice I would go for first chase.
Ooh.
Ooh.
And this is what I was saying about that teamwork here from You're on Your Own. Already having those boxes set up, Seer transitioning right over to them, and having that catapult over there just to give him that extra boost. So really, really strong setup here from You're on Your Own already. All three of those slow boxes are in play. Seer almost all the way waxed, but not quite, and still has those boxes to work with to support his kite. So really very difficult situation going on here right now. And we are going to see the owl come out right before hitting that 100 wax and just extend that kite a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, really interesting. I personally myself would take the extra time. I know it does seem like a bit of a time waster, but I would definitely get rid of those slow boxes.
I'm definitely a little bit interested, you know, so you're actually transitioning out of that area, possibly heading back to it now, though, at that 90% wax. It is going down, but it's not going to take much to get it right back up again. But yeah, you are right, you know, it does take a lot of extra time, especially with all of those boxes set up over here. But we are going to see the Seer is waxed here. Will Zen be able to run around in time? And yes, he is going to get that down. And also, yeah, we are going to see that Wax Bomb come into play and lock off the female dancer's Cypher. But two Cyphers have already been decoded. So a very, very strong start here from You're on Your Own. And actually heading right back into those boxes here, possibly going to break them while camping this chair. But they are placed underneath a pallet, so it is going to take a significant amount of time. But there goes the first one. All right.
It looks like the mercenary is on his way here, just to get in that rescue. You know, Zen's breaking those boxes and...
Ooh. Very, very good rescue bait there.
Unfortunately, the Seer unfortunately does not make it out of that zone at all. It does seem like Zen right here is just pinching for that last bit of presence.
Yep, and is going to get it, so we do now have a full presence Wax Artist heading into the latter half of this match. Two Cyphers are remaining, the female dancer and the Toy Merchant heading in for a second rescue. Mercenary likely going back to take up the Toy Merchant Cypher, but, you know, with two Cyphers remaining, both of them being worked on, and the Seer only seeing his second chair, this is a very good situation for You're on Your Own right now, but, you know, with the Wax Artist at full presence, and with Zen, you know, having showcased this ability before two-turn matches around, it still is anyone's game. But Toy Merchant in here for the rescue, and definitely very excited to see. Ooh, we are going to see that switch to Hot Wax here. But, oh, not quite able to get it off in time. I believe hitting the chair with the wax. I'm not quite sure what happened there. I'll have to go back and rewatch that later. But missing that hot wax hit on the Toy Merchant right there at the chair.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw it, though. That hot wax really just hit both the Seer and the Toy Merchant there. You know, we already had the last effort on the Seer here. He wasn't going to make it very far. I would have actually hit the Toy Merchant.
I believe the Toy Merchant wants it. And we are actually just going to pop that Cypher here. Yeah, definitely, you know, a good choice to stay on that Seer, knowing that the Cypher was likely primed. and going to pop the moment that the Seer went down if Zen took his eyes off of him. So definitely, you know, a very strong choice here, but we are going to see the Mercenary take this kite in the graveyard here, still has the entire area to utilize, as well as one remaining elbow pad. Just playing a little bit of keep away here, and not going to take that hit through the pallet, able to drop the pallet in time. The exit gate is almost open. This will definitely be a draw if the Mercenary... Oh
Beautiful
dear.
man.
Mercenary able to clutch that dungeon at the last second, you know, already knowing that he would be able to get it.
And then I was going to
It'll take that
say,
detention hit.
he did end up hitting both the toy merchant and the seer with the hot wax, but with the toy merchant being right in front of him, it would have been an easy opening to get a double down there.
Yeah, but definitely, you know, a very, very strong match on the side of you're on your own. And great work from Zen as well. Unfortunately, you know, just didn't work out with that Mercenary taking that last kite. Very, very unfortunate situation with that dungeon spawn right next to the graveyard. With the Dancer and the Toy Merchant already at that opposite gate. And able to get it right open. And the Mercenary, you know, very, very comfortable, you know, still having both of those elbow pads, still able to take a detention hit if it came to that, but able to just avoid the wax artist long enough, and clutch that dungeon for a 3-man in this first round. So I believe that definitely puts, yep, we are going to see a 1-8 start here in favor of You're On Your Own, but this is only the first round. Things are only going to get more intense from here, and I'm definitely looking forward to see if, I believe in Strawberry Milk to be able to turn things around.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I was talking about it yesterday, but first match jitters are definitely a real thing. Especially you have two very, very strong teams here. It's still the possibility because we've seen Strawberry Milk turn things around.
Yeah. I'm very excited to see what happens in this next round. I know that Hunter bans will be on the table as well. As well as more Survivor bans, you know, able to get that Mercenary out of the way. And we are going to be looking at some very, very strong things coming into this next round. I do, you know, Zen, see you in the chat. You might want to try out that lizard before it's too late. Just a suggestion. You know, not a serious suggestion.
No.
But also, if you are so inclined,
Bones just wants to see him.
I just want to see a lizard. I've wanted to see a lizard this whole tournament, and this is my last chance. It is the final day. Which, speaking of, after this bracket, in theory, will be at 3:15 EST, so that will be in an hour and 15 minutes. However, if this continues going into round 3, into overtime, yesterday we saw things extend until, like an hour and 15 minutes after, yeah, 4:30 EST was when the bracket ended, so, I definitely, wouldn't be too solid on those timings. However, after this bracket, regardless of what happens, we will be heading into the finals for Checkmate. It will be Team LG versus Team Ravens. And I believe Lucy and DTM will be commentating for that if everything goes according to plan. Otherwise, Mixie is on standby. And yeah, definitely support that as well. I will definitely be tuning in, and yeah, we have just a really fun day ahead of us still, after this first round. Oh, you will give me this? Is that a promise?
Your mic peeking?
Is that a promise? Is it gonna be lizard time?
Maybe.
You gotta play serious lizard, though. You gotta play pro lizard.
Pro lizard. Okay.
Pro lizard. We gotta get pro lizard time here. But yeah. Hey, if you do, I will be very happy. You will make me very happy. I can't promise anything else in return. I have nothing else to offer, but it would be very much appreciated. But yeah, again, we are going to head into these map bans and picks. We are going to be headed to Arms Factory as opposed to Moonlit River Park. Definitely, definitely a good choice. I would not want to go onto Moonlit either. Arms Factory definitely the safer option. Um, and hey, I'm not killing anybody. I'm not killing anybody.
Gee, oh my goodness.
Hey, he's not easy. He's not an easy hunter to play. If you do play Lizard, all my respect to you. Um, I feel like you're under a little bit of pressure now, Zen, to deliver on that.
Oh, don't listen to them. They're putting
You do
words
not have
in
to
your
play Lizard.
head.
I'm going to say this very clearly. You do not have to play Lizard. I would not. As much as I advocate for the Lizard gameplay, I am very, very aware of how difficult he is to play, and especially how difficult he is to utilize against really anybody who knows how he works. And he's not a difficult hunter to figure out how to counter. Very excited for that buff. Coming at the end of the season here, going to upgrade that Lethal Crash to Area of Effect damage, so it hits multiple survivors at once. So excited for that. Rumor has it they might be buffing the jump as well. Not sure what the specifics are yet because the translation on the patch notes is a little bit weird. But I'm holding out here for Lizard meta in the next Koa season. I'm holding out.
Yeah, I do want to discuss, I'm so glad we're seeing Arms Factory today. I think I kind of put out my tribulations yesterday, but I'm a bit of a big map hater. I just don't like them that much.
Yeah, big maps are definitely. It also just brings much more of a challenge. Both on the survivor and the hunter side, much more difficult to navigate, much more difficult to utilize. But we are going to head right into the bans and picks. Seer and Dancer immediately taken off the table. Very,
Yep.
very understandable here, especially considering that last match, the Dancer's capacity for that harassment with those boxes is absolutely brutal. And especially on a map like Arms Factory, so many tight areas where those boxes can be utilized.
Yeah, I mean, on a map like on a map like Arms Factory, there's a lot of tight spaces. You really don't want to get caught up in those loops. Especially just because on a smaller map like this means there's more condensed areas with more pallets and more vaulting areas as well. Definitely not a place you want to see a dancer in.
Yeah, I never want to see. I mean, I always want to see the dancer, unless I'm hunting. Then I never want to see the dancer, and especially with how You're on Your Own has utilized her, just so incredibly strong. We are going to see that mercenary and the antiquarian coming out here, for those first picks, and obviously with such strong choices, mercenary we just saw, able to clutch that dungeon last minute. Antiquarian as well, we have seen utilized so often and so effectively, blocking off the hunter's attack, able to use that stick for a speed boost, for stuns, such a versatile character, and very excited to see her returning as well.
Mhm. Always, well, nice to see a lot of these characters really come back, especially in independent tournaments like this, just because we don't really get to see them in bigger tournaments, past like the very few that we do see, like the Antiquarian and the Mercenary. But we are seeing that Cleric ban. Uh, I respect it. Cleric on a map like Arms Factory, definitely not something you wanna mess with. She's fast and she has great control.
And with those recordings as well, able to make a lot of those tight cutting areas not quite useless, but much more difficult to counter. So definitely understand the Clark ban, and also in terms of the Wax Artist is not as good on this map because of all the walls, because of all the tight areas. It's much harder to just get a survivor out in the open. And wax them off. So definitely, not in the business of banning the Wax Artist.
Mhm.
you know, obviously still a very formidable hunter, but just a little bit weaker on this map as opposed to other maps because of that lack of open areas for the Wax to land. But definitely very curious to see what we could be seeing in terms of that. You know, we could be seeing possibly a Guard 26 could bring out that lizard. But again, you know, I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna be nice. But we are going to see that barmaid and that priestess band here as well. Could be seeing a Dream Witch. I'm
Yeah,
cannot remember off the top of my head if Sin has that in this arsenal, but definitely would be interested in that.
I'm not quite sure. I was going to say we might see a Dream Witch, but the only band missing here that I would really say calls for a Dream Witch is a psychologist band. Um, you know, both the barmaid and the psychologist are both two survivors that kind of counter the leeches. You know, especially with barmaid, if you get hit with a leash, get a goblin off, the leech is gone, and you have to focus on her with the main body. Same goes with the psychologist, who is able to take that one extra hit with her stress. So
Yeah, we definitely could be seeing that psychologist come in as the final ban if you're on your own, doesn't lock her in before then. But we still have a couple of survivor picks left to go. Definitely really interested. We could be seeing that magician come out here. I know Jogi, pro magician, has been pro magician for basically, you know, as long as human memory serves. So definitely excited to see if the magician will come out here today. But you know, still have. I was about to say the acrobat is still on the table, and there he is.
hello, Michael.
The one time I actually predict the acrobat, and it's a split second after he's already showed up on the screen. But yeah, definitely so effective on the Arms Factory with those windows to utilize with the balls. With that factory area as well, able to place the balls in those tight areas. I need to really think of a better way to word these things. But able to just block the hunter's way with a firebomb, with a mud bomb as well, slowing them down, locking off their skills. Kind of a playground for him in terms of able to utilize how he's able to utilize his skills. We're going to see that patient actually, so that does leave room for that psychologist, as you were saying, S.
Yeah, I mean, oh, we're actually going to.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure Jogi's gonna play magician here. You know, I really was hoping to see that sight come into play, just because you know, the utilization of empathy is very effective, even on a smaller map. I know it works better on bigger maps, but
Yeah, definitely, you know, could be a valuable asset to the team. Unfortunately, not going to see here, but definitely very excited to see that Magician. You know, I'm always an advocate for those slightly off-meta picks. We did definitely see some Magician in Call of the Abyss last year, as well as this year. He has been utilized a little bit more, you know, in Asia, in China and Japan. They're a little bit more inclined to pick that Magician. NAU's catching up a little bit. I know Jogi's kind of been championing for that magician. So, you know, definitely hope to see him. But interesting thing to note here, Zen, if you keep your promise here and play that lizard, which I'm not going to hold out on, magician actually, as we are right now, I believe this might change after the buff, considering that lethal crash will be area of effect. Magician counters the lizard very effectively because of those decoys. If you lethal crash on top of him and he decoys, it will hit the decoy. It will not hit him. So definitely something to look out for. Are you seriously going to choose lizard? Don't play with me. Don't play with me. I'm waiting for it to come up on the screen. Don't do this to me. Regardless of what ends up being chosen. Yeah, you can talk, yes. I need a second.
okay.
Bullying works, guys.
I'm sorry. You know what? With the team composition like this, I'm really interested in really seeing where this goes. And it does look like we just got our Persona webs in, so it does look like both the Acrobat and the Mercenary are running Tide Turner here, as well as the Antiquarian with Flywheel and the Magician with Broken Windows.
Okay,
Oh my god, finally!
I wouldn't pick Lizard anyway. I would not pick Lizard. But obviously, you know, very excited to see that Bloody Queen as well. We get a little silly. But yeah, we are going to see those Persona webs roll in. Double Tide again as well. Definitely really kind of appreciating that strategy as well here from You're On Your Own, you know, very valuable in that last match. Don't say oops, come on.
No, it's okay, Zen.
It's okay.
This is
I would pick Bloody Queen as well. I'm not a Bloody Queen main, I wouldn't pick her personally, but in terms of I know you are, but you're also not a Lizard main. But yeah, definitely sticking to your guns is preferable here.
Right. I highly recommend that. You know, I don't think we've seen Zen really play Bloody Queen this tournament yet. So I'm really interested to see Zen's strategy here.
And she is so formidable on a map like this, able to have that map control, a small map.
This is arguably one of her best maps, and it's my favorite map to play her on.
Yeah, and you know, spawns aside, you know, I believe almost all of the spawns on this map are accessible almost right away with that mirror. So definitely, you know, definitely a force to be reckoned with on a map like this. Now Zen, the way that you can get your forgiveness here, don't play Isabella. I don't know if you have Isabella. Don't play Isabella. Let us see a little bit. Let's see a little bit of fashion, all right, and then we can talk about forgiveness. Okay.
I want to see our
we got Lady Bella. We got Lady Bella.
I was gonna say I love Archduchess with her big tail. She's so cute.
She is. She's such a nice skin. I am sad to not see her coming back for the anniversary anymore, though. But I was lucky enough last year. I don't think she is. I think she was only, I think we're only going to get Monstrous Bird and Tuberos back this year.
You're talking about Lady Bella, yes. Yeah, we're not seeing the return of Lady Bella this year. You know, she didn't get voted back. You know, a lot of skins I wouldn't particularly anticipate seeing, did get voted back. So
yeah,
and of course we saw the return of Cheshire, but you know, we're not gonna talk about that because
what do you have against cats?
I think he's ugly.
Oh, he is. He's horrible. He's a little wretched beast. But you know, it is what it is. But we are going to see Zen spawn up in the corner over there. We are going to see the Antiquarian spawn in the center of the map. And Acrobat over near the factory, or the shack. I believe that is the shack. Arms factory is very confusing from a top down. Can they cut some of those trees?
No, that's unethical.
Deforestation.
No, that's unethical. But I will say this really leaves this Antiquarian to be first kite here. You know, middle is usually that first kite position, but Bloody Queen can definitely mirror there.
Yeah, definitely something to look out for though as well with that ability to block off the attack. However, the mirror image isn't affected by any of the Antiquarian stuns, so it is a little bit of a push-pull there. Counter versus counterable. Antiquarian obviously very dangerous against single-hit hunters. But we are going to see the Magician actually take this first kite. And a little bit of mind games here as well, trying to bait out the decoy. Is going to hit that decoy and actually miss a hit here. With and using that decoy. Beautiful work there by Jogi, and already that second decoy is up. But beautiful work there to just avoid that first hit for as long as possible, and still avoiding it here as well.
Yeah, and it looks like the magician has one magic wand left. So you just definitely. Oh, and
Wow.
there goes the last one. It's definitely really up to Jogi's ability here to just independently kite. It looks like Zen's trying to get Jogi really out of the way here.
Yeah, and that is, oh, missing a blink, unfortunately, but finally getting that first hit here on Jogi, and Jogi has no resources to utilize, apart from that broken windows and knee-jerk reflex. But very, very good work here, and definitely showcasing, why Jogi is sort of the magician main, with those decoys, with that, ability to just prolong his kite as long as possible. We've already seen one Cypher pop, the other ones are well on their way, and Jogi just keeping up this containment in just one area, keeping the Bloody Queen away from the other survivors.
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult, especially with a Bloody Queen and everything,
Uh-oh.
Woo!
Yep,
The disarm isn't as long
wow.
just because there are survivors in the incapacitated area here. You have to get out of a certain radius for that stun to hit longer.
Yeah, and also Zen is carrying Rage on that Persona trait, making things last a little bit shorter, but back over on the Magician, taking a little bit of a detour there on his way. Going after that Antiquarian, but taking a hit there, but it's just going to be a knockback. It's not actually going to be it's not going to be a true hit. And taking that hit there as well, Zen does now have presence, but there are only 2 ciphers remaining, almost 1. Magician is getting healed up now as well. This is looking again very, very good for your on your own survivor side. And a beautiful flywheel there from the Antiquarian, dodging that mirror hit. Very well aimed there by Zen, but unfortunately with that flywheel unable to connect. And we are going to see 1 cipher remaining. And a beautiful vault there as well with using the flute to get over that window and avoiding a possible terror shock. Just keeping up this containment here. That last cipher is being worked on. It's about 40-ish%. Yep, 43%, as the pings have informed me. But we are going to see the Antiquarian keep up her kite, just backing into this corner without any stick left to utilize. And she will be going down. But with 1 cipher remaining, cipher is almost primed and definitely going to be primed by the time she sees that chair. No rescues have happened this match, so Mercenary still has tied. I believe the Antiquarian also has tied. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Antiquarian had Flywheel. Acrobat also has tied, so there's 2 tides here to work with, and the Antiquarian is going to be rescued by that Acrobat. Magician on that Prime Cipher. Mercenary doing a little bit of a dance at the exit gate here, not visible on your screens, but definitely visible on mine. And we are, Antiquarian going to take that hit, and the Cypher is going to pop, and she's actually been brought a football, but unable to utilize that right now. And Zen is actually going to switch right away to teleport, coming onto that Mercenary, but Mercenary still has elbow pads to utilize. A bit of a flashback to that last match here, using those elbow pads to run away. Zen, I believe, nope, continuing on that Mercenary for now, switching targets back to that Antiquarian, who is almost self-healed. Survivors have not reached that other exit gate, though. But we are going to see the Antiquarian is back up. She does have that football to utilize. Zen heading towards that other gate, and Mercenary is back on the gate at about 60%. Zen back over to pressure it, though, and the Mercenary utilizing that final elbow pad to just escape the area. Still has those pallets to utilize, still has so many walls, and this is the downside of Arms Factory when it comes to a hunter perspective. Wow, almost juking that hit, but not quite. Mercenary is going to take a hit there, but because he's the mercenary, still going to stay on his feet, still buying time. Magician has that gate open. Antiquarian is on her way out. Acrobat as well. Mercenary is going to go down here, but it looks like Zen is actually going to leave him there for now, heading towards the other gate, but unfortunately that gate is already opened. The other 3 survivors can escape, so unless they do something extremely strange and foolish, we are going to see a 3 survivor escape here. But Antiquarian actually running away from the gate here. Very curious as to, I believe you're on your own, maybe pushing for that 4-man in order to just make things, secure things in the second round here, give them that additional lead. Oh, no, Antiquarian buying enough time, but buying enough time for that mercenary to self-heal. Detention is out now, but the teleport is back up. Mercenary, however, is well on his way to that dungeon. Believe we will be seeing that dungeon escape here, and Zen has decided that it is not worth pursuing, unfortunately. So we will be seeing a 4-man escape on the side of You're on Your Own to continue this next round. Very, very well done by You're on Your Own. So effective. Again, you know, I was praising that magician before. So excited to, and also very privileged, you know, to be able to commentate for Jogi's Magician. You know, it is, you know, that's the stuff we love to see, or at least I love to see those less traditional survivor mains able to show their stuff. Also, I would like to note, S is alive. Something came up, so I'm just covering.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you're back. Hello. Sorry.
Sorry. I had a little bit of an emergency with my son.
With your cat.
Yes.
Yeah. My cat is sleeping very soundly behind me, if you must know.
Your green cat.
My green cat, yes. But we are going to see, I'm not sure how much of the match that you missed, but it was a 4-man escape on the side of You're on Your Own, so we will be heading in. I believe, yeah, Strawberry Milk does need to secure another 4-man escape in order to take it to a third round. I have faith.
I do too.
They turned it around yesterday. I'm sure that they can turn it around again. But, you know, such great work on the side of You're on Your Own survivors, and really hoping that Strawberry Milk can pull through in order to just continue this third place matchup.
Yeah, you know, Strawberry Milk really does have it in them to turn everything around. You know, this really is not a showcase of just how they play. You know, playing the first match of the day is extremely nerve-wracking, and I mean, they did it yesterday and they're doing it today. So I understand entirely, like, the anxiety and the first match jitters really just really get to you.
Yeah, but you know, whatever the case, such great work on this part of both of these teams. Definitely hoping that Strawberry Milk survivors can pull it through, but you know, Arms Factory, please ban Soul Weaver. If you guys are listening, Strawberry Milk, please ban Soul Weaver. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Please ban Soul Weaver. Arms Factory, you know, maybe not always the best map for Soul Weaver, but we have seen Fafa be absolutely terrifying on this map with that Soul Weaver. So, please. But, you know, obviously you guys are free to do whatever you want. Again, my opinions should not be taken entirely seriously. Maybe a little bit seriously, you know, I'm still commentating for this. I know what I'm talking about, but in terms of your own choices, those are up to you.
Exactly. It's definitely up to anyone to make the decisions of their own. You know, it's just...
This is not playing Lizard.
You know, as people who are watching and we aren't playing, you always really hope to see, you really hope to see just about anyone that you personally really like, which comes into the certain bias that comes with it. But it's always nice to see people really play I really play characters that you don't always expect to see either.
Yeah. I'm not going to jail, guys.
Jail for bones. Jail for bones 9,000 years.
Not yet. They'll never take me alive. But we are going to head right into the bans and picks here. Definitely, hoping to see that Soul Weaver ban on the side of the Hunters, but we are going to see the Antiquarian taken right out of the mix
Yep.
here. Would definitely expect to see, yep, that Seer is also going to come out of here. Not survivors that you want to deal with, especially on a map like this. We did just see that Antiquarian and the havoc she can wreak on a map like Arms Factory.
Right. I mean, these are two very versatile bands coming off of Fafa's end here, so still not sure exactly who. Yeah, goodbye, Soul Weaver.
Also has brains because I know that they have brains.
Oh, for sure.
So it was not me.
These are some really smart players.
Yeah. So definitely would understand, regardless if I had not said anything, we would have been seeing that Soul Weaver ban. But yeah, no, as well, Bird actually brings up a really good point in the chat here. Not experiencing a certain hunter enough does give you an advantage. I've personally, going up, playing the lizard myself, you can definitely tell when teams are like, oh my god, it's an off-meta hunter, I have no idea what to do anymore because this isn't a Bloody Queen, or this isn't a Dream Witch, this isn't a Wax Artist. And then they just freak out and they run around like chickens with their heads cut off, and I win. My favorite kinds of teams to go against. But no, a hunter like the Soul Weaver is not something that you often see, and therefore can be very, very dangerous, especially with somebody as skilled as Fafa utilizing her.
Right, you know what? It's weird to say I really do experience more Rippers than I do Soul Weavers. So, even in a mid-tier ground standing, that's already says a lot, because seeing a Soul Weaver no matter what, really interesting.
Yeah, it can be very formidable, and also with something is happening here, and I'm not going to comment on it. But as we continue with these survivor bans, I would definitely, we could be seeing that Ripper. We could also be seeing a Bloody Queen again. We could be seeing maybe a Dream Witch, probably not, but we are going to be seeing that Barmaid, so it does look like Strawberry Milk might be anticipating something like a Dream Witch, or even similarly, just a Hunter. And Barmaid, so strong on this map. As we saw, just rock hiding on this map can be very, very advantageous to the survivors. So if it is a hunter that counters, or that is countered by tight kiting, Barmaid on this map can be, just a pain, such a pain to deal with. And the Mercenary as well, always providing that support, always able to, take more hits and keep up that containment. We are going to see the Acrobat and the Forward locked in as these next bans. Again, still very, very targeted bans after Strawberry Milk's performance yesterday, utilizing that Forward, utilizing that Acrobat, utilizing that Seer. Obviously, the Antiquarian, would ban for any team, but especially that Seer and Forward we saw so successful on the part of Strawberry Milk yesterday at turning things around. Definitely a good thing to get out of the way today, just to make sure that they are not in play coming into these next rounds. But we are going to see a Patient.
Hello, Emil. I was saying this yesterday, but the Barmaid and Mercenary duo here are also very strong. Even if he wasn't banned, if he threw on the Seer, also really, really strong against just about almost any hunter, to be honest.
Yeah, and especially on a map like Arms Factory, there's so many spots on Arms Factory, especially within within the factory area, able to hook through those windows, and can be so valuable. And we are going to see the Dancer taken off the table as our final ban. Again, not something you want to deal with on this map, not something you want to deal with any map that is geared towards tight kiting. Entirely, a good thing to take off the table while you still can.
Mm-hmm. So now we're
But
just waiting for this final selection coming from Strawberry Milks, and you know, kind of hoping to see that psychologist with that bond with the patient. Really, a really good gap closer. Oh, we're gonna be seeing Weeping Clown instead.
wow.
We saw yesterday. Strawberry Milk plays really aggressively with Weeping.
Yeah, Strawberry Milk definitely has already proven to be able to utilize that Weeping Clown. And especially on a map like this, it can be it can go either way, but the thing with Weeping Clown is that the rocket is an area of effect. It's not you can if even if you miss it, there's still a pretty wide area that still slows down the hunter. We did see that come into play yesterday, but especially on a map like Arms Factory. So even if that rocket is blocked by a wall, I don't believe it would get off a proper stun. But if it's utilized to assist the kite, as it was mostly used yesterday instead of like a balloon rescue, it can be still very, very formidable of a harasser, as well as the fact that, even he does sort of fill that role of a forward, able to dash, able to support teammates, and, can sort of deceptively, a deceptively good pick.
Right. And you know what? Don't knock this pick, because honestly, seeing yesterday, Strawberry Milk knows how to utilize Weeping Clown just enough to really, really pull in for buying time. And honestly, wonderful support. So I'm really, really excited to see this.
Yeah, I'm definitely, advocating for those off-meta picks does mean having my prepared weepy argument, um, always in store. But no, I do genuinely enjoy seeing someone like the Weeping Clown. We have actually been seeing him in Call of the Abyss. We've been seeing him, I believe we saw him a lot in Japan, as well as like picks like the Professor, a little bit weird, but understandable when you think about it. And it really does go to show, when teams are able to adapt, as that forward is banned, as that antiquarian is banned, having a newer survivor on the roster, who is still, maybe not the first string pick, maybe not the second string pick, but still, an understandable pick when it comes to filling those similar roles, it can be very, very important to just have that in your arsenal. And especially, it is sort of like what we were discussing before about an off-meta hunter pick can sometimes catch the survivors off guard. An off-meta survivor pick can also catch the hunter off guard because, you learn a lot of stuff about the Weeping Clown while actively playing against him, and because he's not as common of a pick, especially in NAU, it is, something that you see less of, and therefore something that can catch you off guard. I would also like to note here, even though obviously You're on Your Own is not surviving, Jogi's actually, I believe, the second or third Weeping Clown right now. So this is a pick that could come from either team. And I'm definitely very excited to actually be seeing him today, as opposed to a couple weeks ago when I was like, surely they will play the Weeping Clown. They picked the Weeping Clown 3 times in their previous matchup, and the team did not. So I'm a little bit weepy validated today.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested in seeing this team composition here. I really am. We've seen a little bit yesterday, but with entirely different survivors on the cast.
I'm also very excited to see, once these Persona webs come in, very excited to see who Fafa decides to play. Fafa, if you're listening, we could still see that lizard in case anyone was wondering. But, definitely, Ripper is an option here. Maybe not the most likely option, but definitely an option still. Could be seeing that Bloody Queen again. Could be seeing something a little bit different. Could be seeing an Axe Boy. We all know Fafa's Axe Boy is just as deadly as any of his other hunters. And also a very, very good pick on a map like Arms Factory, able to shoot those souls through the walls, and cut off survivors as they attempt to tight kite. But yeah, we're just holding out here on the Persona webs. But I would definitely I would definitely anticipate, just based on what we've seen from
Are you
Strawberry Milk.
joking? Where's Mary?
Hmm?
Where's Mary? Looks like we are going to see a photographer on Fafa's end today.
Oh my goodness. Interesting. Definitely not something that we have seen commonly utilized. But you know, we did see a particularly impressive photographer main in I believe it was China qualifiers. I'm not quite sure. I know it was very, very recent though. But yeah, no, I'm very excited to see the photographer. I haven't actually it's been so long since I've seen a photographer that I haven't commentated.
I was gonna say, I think the last time we even saw a photographer in I think the last time we saw a photographer was quite literally like 2 koas ago.
Okay, we are seeing some incredibly fascinating Persona web pics here. It appears that the mercenary has tied and borrowed time, and the rest of the team has flywheel and broken windows. There is not
Hell
borrowed
yeah.
time.
The fucking 6-9 play works all the time.
We will see. Well, not 6-9. It would be 12-9.
12-9. Oh, 12-9. My bad. Sorry, I'm a strong advocate for 6-9.
6-9 can work. I would definitely.
Priestess.
6-9 priestess.
Yeah.
Goodness. But yeah, Joseph commentating. He certainly is walking. And you know, we can't actually. I mean, I could turn my volume up, but it would pick up on my microphone. However, you know, you guys will be subjected to his asthmatic breathing. And yeah, no, I'm definitely very interested to see what happens here. This is completely unprecedented. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Oh, it does seem we were actually going with the 6-9. Is that what's happening here?
Yes. We have 2-6-9, 1-12-9, and 1.
Here's there might be a bit of a slight miscommunication.
Okay,
I believe we will be restarting to fix
restarting the
those Persona
match.
webs. But yeah, so just bear with us, you know. Definitely understandable considering the Persona webs that we are being faced with here.
Right.
Definitely understandable that there was a bit of an issue in terms of switching. But yeah, we're gonna be seeing something.
I was gonna say in this time period, someone has to go get married. Mary.
I have already reached out.
Oh, thank goodness! Every time Mary's in the
Our
chat,
our resident Joseph
Joseph
defender,
Liker.
begging for a photographer, and coming up empty. But you know, we are seeing that photographer coming out here today. However, yes, Hunter has surrendered. We will be leaving the manor shortly. We will be returning with proper Persona webs. But I am so interested to see how this match will go because you know, flywheel broken windows, you know, I guess that is headed for the philosophy of like, you know, as long as no one goes down, then I guess you don't have to worry about borrowed time. But it's definitely an interesting decision, you know, because again, you know, as the chat is saying, Joseph is definitely a slug hunter. And yes, Jogi, they do pick Persona before the hunter is revealed, so that does have a lot to do, I believe, with the fact that we aren't seeing that borrowed time, especially with that in consideration that the photographer is a slug hunter. We'll definitely be seeing some bleeding out, but It is what it is. I'm definitely, with that in mind, I'm definitely interested to see how Strawberry Milk survivors adapt to this unforeseen situation. But yeah, I'm definitely interested to see. There was no preparation for this that could have happened.
I'm extremely interested in seeing how this plays out.
Yeah, I guess, this is the sort of thing that you do kind of expect to see, but we are going to be heading right back into those spawns. We are going to see all the survivors spawn very, very far away from each other. And we will see where Fafa chooses to spawn. Definitely that barmaid heading for the shack. Probably a very strong area, especially considering that the photographer's chase is not ideal. Patient as well spawning within those walls. We are going to see the Weeping Clown in that corner that that Jogi's Magician spawned in last. And yes, welcome back, Mary. You are just in time. We are entering the match right now. This is Fafa playing Photographer, actually bringing out the Apollo skin, and we are going to see Strawberry Milk on the side of the survivors. Oh, something is happening again.
Oh.
Well,
What is going on?
that's a very good question. Well, as we wait to get notification on that, Fafa has now surrendered a second time.
Really, really interesting to. Oh.
Oh, same spawns. Can't change the spawns. That's understandable.
Okay, this I understand.
So we are going to be seeing the same spawns that we saw before the reset. Which I don't remember what those were, but we will find out very, very shortly as we restart. Once again, thank you all for bearing with us, by the way. This is sort of unforeseen event after unforeseen event. And that is the beauty of tournaments like this, just to keeping us on our toes. Both us as commentators and, the teams as well, organizers as well, very proud of everybody for adapting and overcoming with these turns of events. So yeah, just to recap, the first surrender was because the survivors did not have their proper personas. Second surrender was because the spawns were incorrect. So we will hopefully third time's a charm. We will be seeing what happens with the spawns very shortly. It does appear that we will be having different spawns. But we're just gonna roll with it. Again, thank you all for bearing with us as we sort of get situated here. And yes, Strawberry Milk does now have a 10-5 lead in this round, unofficially, but by our counting, considering that they have just gotten technically 2 4-mans against Fafa here. So... But we are going to be heading right into it. We will be seeing those same spawns. Fafa has agreed to keep the new spawns. And so we will be seeing the barmaid spawn in the factory. The patient spawn in those the back walls. Everything on Arms Factory is just walls. But yeah, and we will be seeing potentially barmaid first kite, potentially patient first kite. But we will see what happens. And we are going to head right into it. Once again.
Okay, the barmaid first kite kind of feels a little ruthless here.
Well, I mean, if you're in the business to win, everything's got to be a little ruthless. We are going to see the survivors hide as Fafa takes the first photo. We are actually going to be starting this match now. Third time's the charm. So Fafa on the lookout, definitely searching out that patient here. And everyone is just going to get started on their ciphers.
Yeah, this camera positioning coming from Fafa is absolutely crazy.
Yup, and is going to flush out that patient hiding in the grass here, taking those 2 hits, bringing up to first presence, and we are going to see the patient likely carried around for a bit before seeing that first chair. And yep, no more problems, we are good to go heading into this next match. We are actually going to see Dust here in the mirror world. And
Oh.
walking right into that pallet that Dust was hiding behind and just taking that hit, but we'll be able to get the patient right back down considering it is his mirror image. And are we going to go for that? No, we are not going to go for that chair. So first camera world has closed.
Really, really good teamwork coming up of Dust here. Really hoping that patient get that grand escape. It looks like we are on the trail of the Weeping Clown.
Yup, on the trail of the Weeping Clown, definitely a little bit afraid of that pallet, as is understandable with a photographer. But, oh, actually going to get that hit in there through the pallet with the help of the photographer's hitbox there. But Weeping is already dashing away on that rocket, heading across the map and into the center area and able to utilize the pallets there.
Yeah, it looks like this photographer is almost at max presence, and we do have Blink up too.
Yup, heading back into the shack area. The pallet was only utilized in the mirror world, so the pallet is going to be back up here and able to be utilized, possibly by that mercenary, possibly not. But another photo is going to be taken here, disrupting that cipher decoding progress as well. Patient is already almost done with that first cipher, and definitely will have it done by the end of the camera world, but we will be seeing the Weeping Clown's mirror image go down.
Yes, and this does actually put the Weeping Clown back at another cipher here. Going back to original cipher, but it does look like Fafa is relatively in the area, so you definitely have to make sure that you aren't getting caught there.
Yup, and we are going to see that first cipher has popped, but Fafa is heading right over to that barmaid, is going to get that barmaid's mirror image down, and just continue searching around for that chair, likely trying to avoid the Weeping Clown getting rescued before the mirror world is up. But we will see if it looks like Dust is in the area and definitely looking to get that rescue off. We'll see if the mirror world runs out before the Weeping Clown is able to be chaired once again. It's going to be close, and no, unable to get that chair! So the Weeping Clown will stay alive, if only by a sliver of health, and we will continue this match with the second camera world disappearing.
It does look like we are going to get the heal off on the barmaid, not through a Dovlin, but instead the patient is actually healing her right now. They are within the radius of the hunter, but the heal did get off.
Yup, and we are going to see that barmaid returning to full health. Unfortunately, even with that Dovlin, she won't be able to, if she takes a hit here, she won't be able to fully heal it back up. So definitely, you know, not the most advantageous position, but oh, we are going to see the blink, and actually misses the blink! Though it is important to note here, Fafa only needs 1 elimination.
So I'm really thinking that the barmaid here is really holding off on the Dovlin here, especially to get that last amount of chip damage, possibly off of that Weeping Clown.
Yup, but we are going to see that barmaid take 2 hits here in the mirror world, likely going to be chaired, but we are at 2 ciphers remaining, with the ciphers making fairly good time, all things considered, for a photographer match. But the barmaid is being carried around, looking for another survivor, and is going to find the Weeping Clown once again. Is going to be down in the mirror world. We will see if Fafa is actually able to get that chair off. But it does look like, I believe, Dust is in the area once again, ready to rescue the mirror images, make sure that none of his teammates are downed. But it does look like we will be using the Weeping Clown as a weapon here. Ooh, and able to get that no recovery hit on the mercenary can be very, very detrimental, especially— oh!
Unfortunately, Dust just seemingly got caught up there, and we are going to be seeing our first chair. The Weeping Clown is hanging on for dear life.
Yep, Weeping Clown there just by a sliver of his teeth. Barmaid already self-healing. Does have full sticker as a result of having Flywheel. And we are going to see that Patient heading in here. Playing a little bit of mind games. Unfortunately taking that hit very, very early away from the chair. But able to use those hooks. Fafa a little bit too far away from the chair and hasn't been there in a bit, so unable to use any sort of steps to teleport back, and unfortunately going to be stuffed at that chair by the Patient. If that Mercenary does take off, we will be seeing this round go to You're on Your Own, so it is very, very crucial that Strawberry Milk continues to try and push for this 4-man, but those chances are getting less and less. And oh, a beautiful pallet hit! I wonder if the Barmaid has an increased pallet stun on her persona.
It would not surprise me. It's really good to carry that, especially on the Barmaid.
Oh, and it looks like we are actually going to be using the Patient as a weapon here at the chair. And oh, still able to get that hit, but the Barmaid and the Mercenary are both going to take a hit with no attack recovery, and that Cypher is not quite primed yet, so the Mercenary will be seeing that chair sent back to the manor. This will be going to You're on Your Own for the 3rd place, but this match is still not over yet. Strawberry Milk still has 3 survivors in varying states of being alive. That Cypher is almost primed, but I do believe, again, none of them have borrowed time.
No, this is definitely a race to see. Oh, and it does look like Fafa is running detention here.
Wow.
First,
yep,
I don't normally see photographers running detention.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, good to have that safeguard heading into this last round, just in case, you know, none of the survivors were able to be caught earlier in the match. But we are going to see Fafa switching targets to that Patient, and yeah, we will see. Honestly, at this point in the game, it's really just a matter of how many survivors can escape, just for fun. But Barmaid already has that gate open, Weeping Clown well on his way over, and it looks like we are just going to leave Patient on the ground. Patient has unfortunately already exhausted his self-heal, so he will not be standing up today. But the Barmaid and the Weeping Clown will be exiting the match together. I'm not sure if that showed up on the stream, but they did both leave on the rocket. And the Patient, Patient's crawling. He's on the move.
Oh, he's crawling.
No surrenders here today.
Yeah. Very, very good match coming from both parties here. Honestly, really great fight. You don't see photographers as often as you used to, and honestly, this early game was phenomenal coming off of the survivors of Strawberry Milk.
Yeah, and let me just see here. So we ended up with Mercenary did get those 3 rescues. Relatively low containment time, all things considered, but you know, against a photographer, you don't really rack up those kites unless, you know, he ends up just choosing to pursue that chase. But you know, definitely not something that you want to do with the photographer, and very good utilization of that photographer, at least towards the end, biding his time, able to secure that draw, you know, definitely only needing 1 elimination, does help out a lot when it comes to, how you're going to approach this, and that is something I do enjoy about, tournament gameplay overall. You don't have to play entirely seriously, if you are only looking for that single elimination in order to catapult you to the next round. But very well played on the part of Strawberry Milk. Definitely a little bit questioning those persona webs overall, even if they weren't aware of
Fly high.
I can't.
No, you can ask Mixie. I run 6ix9ine all the time. I'm guilty of it. I think it is an effective play if you're definitely working with a team composition in which you trust each other.
Yeah, and it could definitely work out in a situation where you do need to push for that end game, though. I'm a little bit questioning of it, but it is what it is. And definitely, you know, well played on both sides, very well played. Such interesting matches despite, you know, the couple of hiccups in terms of setting this up. I guess, you know, a little bit of psychological warfare, trying to break down I guess both the Hunter and the Survivor side here with all of the delays and restarts. But that will be it. Very clean 2 rounds for You're On Your Own to secure that 3rd place slot in the tournament. And obviously, congratulations to Strawberry Milk as well for just making it this far, and also for yesterday holding their own against Ravens in order to even make it here as well. Pushing that to all 4 rounds into overtime is not something to be discounted. And obviously amazing performance throughout this tournament so far on both sides.
Yeah, honestly, I'm always so impressed with these teams. And honestly, Strawberry Milk really, really held their own this tournament. Um, you know, for any future tournaments, any future endeavors, don't look down on them. They are extremely strong and work so well with each other.
And that's definitely something that can be said for both teams as well. Really, really hoping to see both of these teams again, whether it be in future independent tournaments, whether that be in NAU Call of the Abyss 7 coming up next year and later in this year. But definitely, with the teamwork that's been expressed on both sides, both with You're On Your Own and with Strawberry Milk, it's always, again, I know I said this to start the stream, but again, now that everybody's here, wow, we have 43 people watching right now. Thank you so much for coming.
you.
And thank you for bearing with us, even through the hiccups, even through the delays. Thank you so much for watching, and also thank you to both of these teams for just being, being interactive with us. Thank you, Zen, in particular, for putting up with me begging for the lizard. And yeah, it really is something that I appreciate when the teams are passionate, when the teams, take this seriously, and when it's something that, both of these teams have expressed so clearly that they care about this tournament, and they care about, the game itself. And that's something that I love to see, because at the end of the day, we're all here because we love Identity 5. And
Right. Just kidding.
and yeah,
A love-hate relationship. But honestly, thank you so much for everyone who came. I had so much fun with everyone. And I had so much fun being able to really interact with the chat, interact with these teams, and I know that this is our last day commentating together. But I mean, you still have DTN or Lucy or Mixie at 3:15 after this. But I'm always so excited to be able to participate in stuff like this and to really get to reach out and talk to the community more. I'm sure Bones can say the same, but the community really drives a lot of us, and I know that Bones and I are both content creators for this community, so being able to interact and talk to everyone more really, really does help and really opens our eyes to really get to understand and talk and meet everyone. And being able to participate in events like this really helps us be able to really prove and show that we also as people and as enjoyers of this game understand this game and just love the community that we're a part of.
yeah, and this is something that I am very passionate about as well, and I know that you are also passionate about just talking about this game and enjoying this game. And yeah, again, I know I've said this multiple times, but thank you all for coming. Thank you all for bearing with us. This is my first time. I know that S did this tournament in the last iteration of it, but this is my first time commentating for a tournament. It's my first time, doing any of this. So thank you all for bearing with me as well as I sort of learn the ropes. Someday I will learn how to do the math when it comes to figuring out who is winning. Thankfully this one wasn't too hard to figure out, but that hasn't been my strong suit. I will definitely work on that in the future, but thank you for supporting me. Thank you for supporting S. And yeah, I believe I think we've said all there is to be said. But thank you
Yeah.
to both of these teams. Thank you again to the entire team behind this for organizing this, for putting it together. And thank you to all of you for coming and for enjoying this tournament.
Mhm.
15 minutes from now, give or take, we will be entering the finals with Ravens versus LG. So definitely some really, really interesting matches in store. And yeah, if there's nothing else, anything else?
I think we're all good here. I wanted to just say a big congratulations to both Strawberry Milk and You're on Your Own, and a very hearty good luck to Ravens and LG. Um, I'm so excited, and thank you guys so much for being so kind and so supportive with that.
Yeah, and again, be sure to tune in 15 minutes. We will be right back. I believe it will be the same stream, so don't go anywhere. I
Hey
have been Bones.
there!
This is S. Thank you so much. And hopefully I will see you again in the future.
Yeah, I can't wait. I will be here no matter what. Bye!
All right, we are good to go. Hello, everybody, and welcome back.
Hey, what a weird turn of events.
We're back.
We're back.
There was a little bit of some scheduling problems, and we had some stuff to figure out in terms of the teams themselves, but we are good to go, and we are going to head right back in this final round. Once again, I am Bones, this is S, and we're actually back to commentate for the...
I really did think that the last matches were our last here. I'm really excited for this team composition. I remember we commentated for Ravens yesterday, and I know Mixie commentated for LG, and you're on your own yesterday as well.
Yup, and I think I commentated for LG in their first matchup, so definitely teams that we're a little bit familiar with, we've seen them before, and I'm so excited to see them again, especially after yesterday's performances on both sides. Unfortunately, I wasn't actually able to catch all of LG's match, but I did catch Ravens, obviously, because S and I, we both commentated for them. But I'm so excited because, again, as I was saying in over the course of the last round, something that I love seeing is teams that know how to work with their survivors, because NAU is kind of known for its hunter-sided teams, kind of depending on their hunter to carry their matches for them a little bit. But both LG and Ravens have shown that their survivor side is very, very strong, very, very coordinated, able to, take down the wax artist, who we've seen be such a force to be reckoned with. Multiple wax artists, hermits as well, on the side of Ravens, able to just go toe-to-toe and come out victorious on their survivor side, which is nothing to shake a stick at, and we've also seen that on LG as well.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? You were right when we were saying that, like, NAU is a relatively hunter survivor sided aspect of the tournament scene. It's really interesting when you finally see two teams that really can compete and don't need that carry on one area in one way or another. So being able to compete with that head-to-head is really interesting.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see what both teams pull out. I wonder, maybe I shouldn't say this, maybe I shouldn't, jinx it again, but maybe today we could see that Ripper coming out from LG, from that one idiot. Maybe we could, we don't know, but there's always a chance. There's the odds are low, never zero. But I know that there has been some love in the chat for that Ripper, and would definitely be really interested in seeing that. But we are getting our starting lineups now. We will be seeing the standard lineup on both sides. We will be seeing Jose. We will be seeing KK, Euroclown, and 35 Degrees Hot Water on the side of LG Survivors, as well as that one idiot returning for their hunter.
Yeah, I mean, I really do want to see that Ripper come from that one idiot. I really do. You look at stats and everything, and you look at how just how each team plays, and you always want the underdog hunter out there, and you want to see the non-meta choices put into play. And then for Ravens, we have David, Pablo, Sapphire, and Proud Sensei for their survivor side. And you have 7 Luo. We have seen Luo over and over, time and time again. Honestly, always head-to-head fighting for those wins.
Yeah, and I'm so excited to see. I really hope David, especially on the side of those survivors, could be seeing some interesting picks coming out. Brought out that coordinator yesterday. Ravens brought out that coordinator. Ravens brought out Professor last week. So I'm really interested to see. LG obviously has their first officers. They have their entomology. These standard picks. Obviously, sticking to the meta. You play what you know. And there's a reason these characters are meta. Like Psychologist, obviously meta for a reason. Barmaid, meta for a reason. But seeing those choices, like the coordinator, which I never expected to see a coordinator, especially in this state of the meta. But we saw yesterday Ravens do an absolutely insane kite with that coordinator, even without the gun as well. It's just raw skill coming out there. With that, using that coordinator, and it just really goes to show again, strong survivors coming into these rounds. But we will be seeing Moonlit River Park for this first map.
Yeah, you know what? Seeing Moonlit River Park finally get put into play here, we have we've been seeing that map get banned quite a lot, which makes a lot of sense. It is a wide-scale map with a lot of areas and a lot of tricky areas for both parties to really connect with. But, I really would prefer it over Lakeside Village here. Lots of areas to traverse, and you have really good kiting areas for survivors here.
Yeah, and I'm definitely I'm a little bit biased towards Lakeside just because it is a little bit of a lizard playground. But Moonlit River Park as well, obviously the roller coaster can come in handy for those survivors, but also it's just such an open map, and with hunters like that wax artist, who we saw, a healthy amount yesterday, coming from Luo, coming from I cannot remember if that one idiot actually did play Wax Artist, forgive me. But we, hunters who do well in those open areas could also potentially, not very likely, see a Dream Witch, but she's not too terrible on this map, depending on who is utilizing her. Regardless, very interesting here. We are going to see the Antiquarian banned first, and we are going to see the Priestess and the Toy Merchant both escaping being banned right away and locked in. And this is actually something that we saw a lot of yesterday, where one or the other would get banned immediately coming onto Moonlit, because they're both so strong. Both of them kind of filling in for the other as well, with that Toy Merchant utilized in the 2-story, as well as the Priestess being utilized in the 2-story. So very interesting that we've let both of them come out to play here.
Yeah, and it does look like we are adding on to our bans here. We're going to be seeing a mercenary and a patient ban. Really interesting picks on Luo's end here, just because it does feel like we are going for the getting rid of distance with that patient, but I feel like the patient isn't as something to be worried or cautious about when you have the priestess and a toy merchant on the team.
Yup, but definitely, yeah, we definitely will be seeing a hunter who's not so concerned about worrying about that priestess, about that toy merchant, possibly a breaking wheel in that case. Definitely a hunter who is not afraid to allow that distance happen. Maybe a Bloody Queen as well. I know Luo is a very prolific Bloody Queen. Could possibly be seeing that come out here, but would definitely more expect, something along the lines of that. Maybe that Wax Artist, maybe... Because we definitely saw Luo go toe-to-toe with Priestess on Moonlit with that Wax Artist and come out very victorious. But we could definitely see... maybe something a little bit different to start off this first round, but we will be seeing both the patient and the psychologist getting banned. No bonds to speak of here in this first round. This is a loveless place here.
Oh, it is IDV.
But we will see the Acrobat returning home as well, and I'm very interested to see who this last pick will be. Possibly a first officer?
Perhaps. It really feels like Luo's coming into this first match being with the attitude of, I'm not scared, you can give me anything that you think you have, but ooh, looks like we are seeing a Gravekeeper. We are going for definitely a high mobility team here, which means we should be seeing a high mobility hunter to compete.
Yeah, definitely would not be surprised if we see that Breaking Wheel come out, and I do believe that Gravekeeper pick might have been in a little bit of anticipation for that Breaking Wheel, considering while the Gravekeeper is underground, cannot be hit with those spikes. So definitely possibly something that LG is keeping in mind here, but we will see what Luo decides to pick once we get the persona webs in. But definitely really interested to see. We could be seeing a double tide situation here, possibly with that acro. Actually, no, every single character here has been proven to bring tide at least once in this tournament, so it's
Yes.
anybody's game. Or we could just see a bunch of flywheels if they're preparing for that breaking wheel.
Yeah, really anticipating what our personas are going to be here. Really interesting team composition on LG's side. You know, formidable picks with both the priestess and this toy merchant. Really hard combo to hit.
Yeah, definitely going to give Luo a run for his money when it comes to all of that caseability and just getting survivors down as fast as possible. Not going to be the easiest thing. But would definitely be interested to see a breaking wheel again. You know, we did just see a breaking wheel, but we've been not seeing a lot of breaking wheel in this current meta, obviously because of that flywheel, because of sort of the changes in the game that were made over the past year to make it so that the breaking wheel wasn't, the most broken hunter on the roster. But on a map like this, especially allowing that priestess and that toy merchant out, could be seeing a Bloody Queen. Would definitely be very excited to see a Bloody Queen. I know you would be excited to see a Bloody
I
Queen as
really
well.
would. Even a geisha,
But
honestly.
or a geisha, yeah, never want to discount the geisha, especially on Moonlit, able to butterfly
Mhm.
through that center area, making her
I was
really deceptively powerful.
I was going to say, I know a lot of people here are anticipating both a Bloody Queen or a Breaking Wheel, but we can't really not geisha out. Her buff really does carry her. And it does look like we have um both oh not both. We have the Acrobat, Toy Merchant, and Priestess with Flywheel, and we have the Gravekeeper with Tide, and of course
We will be seeing that Bloody Queen come out to play. Definitely those flywheels were chosen in anticipation of that breaking wheel, but I am very excited to see Luo's Bloody Queen. I don't believe we've seen Luo's Bloody Queen yet in this tournament.
I don't think so.
Yeah. I believe we saw it once before, but not when I was commentating. So now I get to commentate. I get my turn. But we will be seeing that Bloody Queen coming out here, and I am very excited to see her on that first round pick. Definitely a hunter. Again, that ability, as we were talking about with the geisha, that ability to span that center bridge and be, with the Bloody Queen, be able to be in two places at once can be so valuable, especially, against that priestess, against that, at that toy merchant as well, able to sort of, set up at the end of where that catapult is going to be. But definitely really excited to see what happens here.
I'm watching the little chat up in the corner. Lua goes, "Hi, can I play Survivor?" I would love to see Lua on the Survivor, and I wonder what your means would be, Lua.
Yeah, definitely. We could do a little bit faction switching. I know that Ravens actually did do that a couple of weeks ago, having David both hunt and survive, and then continually grabbing the first kite as well. Definitely very impressive on that end. But I'm very excited to see that Bloody Queen. Not a hunter that we've seen in a while, and has that reputation of being the Thai queen, a very solid Thai hunter. So definitely something that can be very good for this first round, just to secure that Thai, get points on the board. But
being that S-Badge Bloody Queen, we could definitely be seeing that Thai Queen sort of redeem herself.
Yeah, I mean, Mary is one of those hunters that she is a Thai Queen, but once you get the first mirror off, if that first mirror lands, she is definitely in the building to get a win.
Yeah, I'm definitely very excited to see if Luo is able to push it into that win situation. But yes, we are going to be heading right into it. And you know, Bloody Queen also is just such a hunter. Such a hunter to be reckoned with. And you know, I love seeing her. I know you love seeing her. I'm so sorry.
One of my favorite Mary skins. She's so beautiful.
She is. I love Night Tides and all of the skins that sort of correspond with that as well. I know it was sort of with that Swallow of Deception essence, but with that skin for the Dream Witch Paper Queen. Really one of the best essences in recent memory in terms of skin design. But we are going to head right into the spawns here. We are going to have the Priestess on the bridge. Acrobat spawning near that 4th stop, Broken Carousel area. Gravekeeper all the way over on the 1st stop, and Toy Merchant ready to play in that 2-story. Definitely could be looking at that Acrobat as a first chase, but we could also be seeing a mirror over to that Priestess. And just to recap, we are in the finals now. This is LG versus Ravens. Ravens is hunting, LG is surviving. I am Bones, this is S. Thank you so much for coming back and bearing with us. I hope we're not too much of a drag to listen to all the time, but we're going to head right into it. And yep, as I was predicting, we are going to see the Acrobat on that first chase. Ooh, taking a very early hit.
Luo's here too. You know what? Exactly like I said, that first mirror hit connects. This is definitely in Luo's hands right now. And that is the wonders of playing Bloody Queen.
Yeah, no, I'm very impressed with the placement of that mirror, but we are going to see that Firebomb come into play, but it is dodged. Not going to run quite into that. Very interesting though, in that position, but going to switch with the mirror there and line right up, and we're going to see a very, very early down on that Acrobat. And Toy Merchant about halfway through, Priestess barely started hers, Gravekeeper already on the move to head across the map, but he does have Wanted Order. So Bloody Queen very likely to cut him off here as he comes for this rescue, but we will also see the Priestess heading into the area as well.
Yeah, this Priestess has a lot of really good supports here. But you know, Luo's just immediately cutting this Priestess off. She is not getting anywhere.
Yup, getting out all of those portals and just making sure that the survivors really don't have an option to cross that bridge and head over here safely. We could be seeing, if the Acrobat gets rescued at all, we'll definitely already after half, probably very much at the last second. Still definitely wanting to keep your teammates alive in this situation, and the Acrobat does still have bombs to utilize in case he is able to pull off that rebound kite, but it's going to be a close one for sure. Oh, and missing that hit there, Gravekeeper is able to get a very clean rescue. Not really sure what that flywheel was accomplishing there.
I'm a little confused by that.
Bit of a panic flywheel, but we are going to see, another beautiful mirror, unfortunately not quite lined up properly. And wow. A little bit of mind gaming there at that pallet as well. Like, are you gonna drop it? Am I gonna walk through it? We'll see what happens, but nope. Luo, without any fear, walking right through that pallet, and we are going to see the Acrobat be sent back to the manor at 4 ciphers remaining. Very beautiful, beautiful start for Ravens here in this first round.
Yeah, Bloody Queen is definitely one of those hunters you have to really look out for. She has that reputation of considering herself a Thai hunter, but we really can't denounce the fact that for seasons on end, she was the meta.
Yup, and we're definitely seeing why here when it comes to Luo's gameplay. Definitely has that third Bloody Queen badge for a reason. Eating a pallet here, though, from that Gravekeeper, and the Priestess is also here to support, but unfortunately they are still at 4 ciphers remaining. So partner kiting here, you know, that is 2 survivors who are not able to decode. And a gorgeous, gorgeous blink there, and the Gravekeeper will be seeing the ground.
Wonderful mirror on that priestess there as well. Oh my goodness, Luo is just not letting this team have any room to breathe.
Yeah, just absolute mastery of that Bloody Queen, which, you know, as to be expected from, again, you know, third Bloody Queen, has that S badge, and is definitely proving to us here why. But we are going to see the Priestess set up a global and will be able to be healed by that Toy Merchant, but it does look like Luo has sight of them in the distance there. Definitely, you know, saw that placement of that global. They're not they're healing very, very close to it. Priestess able to be healed up in time. 3 ciphers are remaining, so a dungeon escape is possible, but I highly, highly doubt Luo will allow that to happen. Oh, and a beautiful catapult there, getting that Toy Merchant up to that second stop. The coaster is there, so there could be an escape incoming if the Priestess is able to place her portals and kite back over to that area. Probably not going to reach that Gravekeeper on time. He will be sent back to the manor, but we definitely have a little bit of a standoff here, and the Toy Merchant is just going to fly away, actually heading over to the other side. Oh, no, not quite going over to that coaster. Still going to utilize this current area as the Priestess is actually decoding another cipher.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't break that catapult right at the top of the side here, so we have the opportunity of really interesting flywheel here. We are watching as the Toy Merchant runs her way back up and getting that catapult, and we're on the coaster.
There's the coaster. Yep, taking that coaster all the way to the other side of the map, and Luo is just going to switch targets over to that Priestess, who does have 2 portals remaining, probably going to go down for one here, using one to go into using one to go into that 2-story. Definitely an easier place to kite, but still only now has 1 portal remaining for now, recharging fairly quickly as the Priestess does. But Luo hot on her tail, and actually setting up a beautiful mirror here to cut her off from that window.
Oh, wonderful flywheel coming up, but the priest is just barely missing that hit there. Oh, pallet stun as well.
Yeah, definitely delaying the priestess here as well. And and a switch to teleport, going to switch right onto that Toy Merchant. And mirroring here, are we going to see another down? Yes, we are! Wow, Luo's mirrors are absolutely deadly. Once again, you know, as I was saying before, as I will say again, proving that the Tai Queen is not just that, even in this current meta, even, you know, with everything that the meta has become in order to counter hunters like Bloody Queen. But we are going to see the Priestess able to set up a global portal, but the mirror is on its way, and actually still able to get the Toy Merchant back up, not going to return to the other side of the map quite yet. The Priestess is going to, because she does not have an image left behind, but the Toy Merchant is not, and she's actually going to utilize the coaster once again. Is that stop turned off? Yes, it is. It is turned off, and Luo just too slow, not able to get up to that stop in time, and we will see the Toy Merchant go all the way to that first stop. Beautiful utilization of that coaster. But we are going to see the Bloody Queen already mirroring directly onto that Priestess. Missing a few hits here, but definitely, yep, there we are. Closing in, able to connect that hit. And it does look like the Toy Merchant is going to take over her cipher, though. There are 2 ciphers remaining. Oh, not take over, going to start a new one.
Alright, finally breaking that the catapult there. Finally chasing after this priestess. It felt like the priestess was a little hard to catch here. Beautiful flywheel coming off the priestess as well. Unfortunately, it's just not connecting here.
Yeah, very unfortunate, but it does look like Luo is going to chair the priestess. We could see a dungeon escape as a result of that. I don't believe priestess has seen a chair. Is also, yep, priestess on her first chair. Luo in a prime position is going to actually turn that stop back on, so that coaster is not going to be able to be utilized here as effectively as it would otherwise. Toy Merchant hiding out on top of that stop, ready to take the coaster if she can, but again, that stop has been turned off, the second stop, and the coaster can no longer carry her all the way across the map. Dungeon, by the way, I believe it has spawned near the tent, so not quite something that, it's not like it's spawned in God Kite and the Toy Merchant could easily kite over there.
It looks like Luo has caught on to where the Toy Merchant is. They are kind of in a little bit of a standoff here.
Yep, Luo unfortunately does not have Blink, but it is going to be a little bit of a mind game around these pallets, waiting for the vault, waiting for the vault to not happen, and also waiting for that mirror to come back up. Oh, but a little bit of a tight position here. Oh, beating out the flywheel!
Beautiful,
And
beautiful
we are going
play.
to have a beautiful 4-man from Luo, and to secure a 5-point victory, or just 5 points secured now, for this first round for Ravens. Wow, we're just gonna take a look at the stats here, because what a set of stats!
Yeah, I mean, 16 strikes coming up on Luo's Bloody Queen, followed by about 6 knockdowns. You know, they had a bit of time to heal, but, you know, even if they had time to heal, they were able to just pick themselves right back up.
Yeah, and we are, Acrobat with that 51-second kite, not quite enough to comfortably get those ciphers decoded. You really want to have that 60%, that 60-second kite at least, in order to secure those ciphers decoding as fast as possible. But we are going to see, great containments from that priestess, from that toy merchant. Unfortunately, just too late in the game to really make a dent, in this situation. But yeah, really, very, very impressive work by Luo, able to just pressure the map like this. And as we were saying before the match even started, able to utilize that mirror in order to just span the whole map. And even on a map as large as this, able to utilize the Bloody Queen's kit to just keep the survivors on their toes.
Right. And you know what? Being able to pull out that Bloody Queen first match really does, really does pull through here. Really anticipating LG banning that Bloody Queen in the future. But, Luo is a force to be reckoned with here.
Yeah, definitely just such impressive work coming into this first round, and such a strong start as well. Really setting the tone for this final round, but definitely really excited to see how that one idiot responds for his team. Has been a very, very formidable hunter in these past rounds, hunting for LG. And again, we are still in the first round, and it could definitely be anybody's game. And I'm just so excited to see both of these teams coming against each other. And yeah, and just continuing into these next rounds, again, after this, we will be still going into round 2, more bans on the table, more picks on the table, and anything could be turned around. So, such a strong start from Ravens. But, it's not over yet, and it won't be over for a good while yet. But we are going to head right into things. Definitely would anticipate that Priestess ban, unless that one idiot is going to play, something like that Breaking Wheel, something that isn't really as concerned with
Nope,
the
there
Priestess.
she goes.
Yep, there she goes. So we will be seeing a little bit of a closer lens on these survivors today.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it before. I can't really comment on anything, to be honest, because Princess Band is always one of those trap bands that does come with a map this big, but it looks like Ravens is instantly locking in on the Entomologist and the Antiquarian.
Yeah, definitely really, really strong picks to start us off. Very excited to see, that antiquarian coming out again. We've just seen multiple rounds where the antiquarian was utilized. And also, Raven's entomologist is not something that you want to let out to play. Those bees, um, they're a master at using those bees to harass, to just obstruct the hunter. But definitely interested to see how that 180 is able to counter that, because we definitely saw that entomologist giving both Zen and Ender yesterday from Strawberry Milk a very good runaround. So very excited to see that entomologist returning, and also very excited to see how that 188 responds.
Yeah, I'm really anticipating how that one idiot is willing to counter these two in particular. I mean, you're right, yesterday we really saw this entomologist really give chance for a run for the hunter's money here. I mean, really great support and everything.
Yeah, and we are going to see that Mercenary banned second. Definitely not somebody you want to see on the table. And the Seer as well. So we could be looking, probably not at that Ripper, but a hunter that, could be seeing that Wax Star. So we were going to see a Wildling coming out here in this first round. I almost feel like I'm watching Discord Kittens 2.0 right now with that Wildling pick.
I agree. DK really had that trick with the wildling and little girl here, but I wonder if LG is looking to utilize that.
I wonder, because something that I have noticed about Ravens is that they do tend to pull a lot from, not so much in this tournament, but when they were in Call of the Abyss, they did pull a lot from older meta. So I do wonder if that Wildling pick is kind of like a callback to that almost. Wildling used to be a very, very popular pick, but we are going to see that Embalmer ban. Definitely something that is very understandable considering Raven's performance yesterday with that Embalmer. Able to, clutching a 4-man on Lakeside. Not the same map, but similar, a large map. And the Embalmer is definitely a force to be reckoned with on a big map like this. But we are going to see that Patient making his return here. And I'm really hoping that it's Pablo on that Patient, because yesterday, yesterday Pablo on that Patient, absolutely insane hooks, and really able to utilize the Patient to his fullest potential.
Yeah, like we saw yesterday, Pablo really, really carried and anticipated just that last match. They're really saving that match and turning that into a draw instead of a loss here. So, I mean, Pablo has the anticipation here.
Yeah, definitely really excited to see how that 188 responds to this. We are going to be waiting on those Persona webs, of course. Definitely anticipating that Wildling bringing Tide. We could see another Tide turn. Oh, we're actually going to see, Patient and Wildling will both be bringing Tide Turner. Antiquarian will have Flywheel, and Entomologist will also be carrying Flywheel. So definitely a little bit more defensive. Probably wanting to just secure that one-man escape at least. When it comes to, just getting that lead in on the first round. They do only need one win to, or not one win, one escape to win this first round. So, in the interest of having a lead, definitely, picking that Wildling, carrying 2 Tide Turners, very interested in getting that solo escape.
Yeah, I'm really, really interested.
Ooh.
It's gonna be a geisha.
Yup, definitely
That's my baby
something.
girls.
Yup,
I am a
something that we've been
huge
wanting to
fan.
see.
I'm a huge fan of both Bloody Queen and Geisha gameplay. Um, and this might be the bias because those are my two mains as well. But you know, gameplay like this is really, really difficult to maneuver around, especially with someone as fast-paced as the Geisha here. She also is a relatively decent counter on that wildling here.
Yeah, definitely able to catch up far more quickly than a lot of other hunters. But, you know, really going to be given a run for her money by that antiquarian, by that entomologist, with that harassment. So I would definitely not be surprised if that one idiot starts off with excitement here, as opposed to, you know, blink or teleport. Just in terms of, you know, having that antiquarian, having that wildling to deal with. Definitely, you know, if you're looking for a 4-man, you want to get that first elimination very quickly, and the Antiquarian and the Wildling both are not very interested in allowing you to do that. So excitement definitely is something that we should be looking out for here. And oh wow, showing off the black nose skin on that forward here. Maybe we could be seeing that later in the tournament. Coming from Ravens. Maybe, maybe not, but definitely a little bit of eye candy in the waiting room to start us off.
Yes. Super excited to see just how this match plays out and just where everything's going here.
Yeah, I'm definitely really excited to see, you know, as we were saying in the last match, actually, when we were sort of speculating about a Geisha pick, able to traverse that river area, very, very powerful, especially on a map like this. So I again, you know, I am very curious if the Raven survivors are able to utilize that coaster. We could be seeing the Geisha's butterflies can be used to catch up with the coaster very, very effectively. I believe there's like a little bit of tricky placing, but obviously somebody who knows how to play Geisha better than I can would be able to pull that off.
I
But
was
we
gonna
are,
say,
yeah.
seeing the chat, you know, Geisha is one of the hunters that has one of the shortest hitboxes, but you can't denounce her just yet because she does have speed that really, really carries her.
Yeah, she's definitely able to break those distances. And against the patient especially, kind of counters those hooks as well, able to break that distance very quickly. But we are going to head right into it. This is LG hunting, Ravens surviving in round 1 of the finals of the Checkmate tournament. I am Bones, this is S. Thank you all for coming, and we're going to head right into it with the Antiquarian as our first chase.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see how this goes. You know, this particularly I don't feel like is the bias, my bias towards the Geisha as a hunter, but you really have to ooh, beautiful stun coming off of David here, and the stun's gonna hit for just a little bit longer just because, whoa, moving out of the pallet just in time. The stun is going to be a little bit longer on this end just because there is no radius here. No survivor within the radius.
Yup, and we are going to see David take that first hit, but still very active in this tent area. Such a good area for the Antiquarian as well, with a lot of walls to just continue to knock the hunter into. Kind of dancing around that window as well, and utilizing the look back here, and a beautiful stun. Oh, and excitement coming into play, negating that stun and getting that first down very quickly. So a very strong start here for that one idiot. Getting that Antiquarian down. We are going to see the patient able to pop that Cypher already, entomologist as well. We are at 3 Cyphers remaining, but Wildling is in the area and coming in to rescue.
Yeah, losing that excitement because of the Antiquarian here does allow the Wildling to come into play here just to play a little bit of harasser with this Geisha, really leaving the opening to really bully her.
Yep. Oh, getting off of that boar at the last second to take the hit there. And put her in track recovery. And oh, and a failed flywheel there. Yup, missing the flywheel, taking that hit. David will be going down momentarily. That one idiot just trying to get a little bit of that last hit of presence off. Not able to get it, unfortunately. 2 ciphers are remaining. Wildling is being healed up by that patient, and Entomologist is hard at work in another cipher. But again, the patient still has tied. So definitely very interested to see if they're able to fully rebound Kite with the Antiquarian, who still has about a quarter of her stick left. So still in a very good position.
Yeah, I mean, we're really targeting this not entomologist, my bad. We're really targeting this patient here, but unfortunately it just leaves the wildling open for that free rescue here.
Yeah, completely changing directions there, allowing the Antiquarian to get off chair, completely unpressured. But oh, and a beautiful pallet stun there from Pablo on that one idiot. We are going to see the butterflies come back into play, but this is where the Geisha starts to have a little bit of trouble with the map, just being caught in that tight area, and with a hitbox as small as hers, you know, it can work against her in this situation. But we are going to see the boar actually revealing the position of these survivors right now.
Hitting the Antiquarian after she had just gotten that heal off, really detrimental. Ooh, unfortunately just throwing that butterfly straight into the pallet here.
Yup, and very good. Oh, and a terror shock there as well, but very good by David, able to take advantage of that pallet before the hit was able to connect. But still going to go down, and Excitement is back up, so the Wildling stun will not go through. Antiquarian will be sent back to the manor now, but we do have 1 cipher remaining on Wildling. Closest in the area, still has full health. His skill going off to negate that one idiot's tinnitus, if he were to have any. Patient injured, but is being healed up, and the survivors are just going to continue to wait this out. It looks like that one idiot might be forced to chase the Wildling, if he's unable to find another target very, very soon.
Yeah, it looks like that one idiot is running trump card here on Geisha, so we have the opportunity to possibly see the teleport come into play here. It looks like instead of decoding, they were healing.
Yup, but they will be headed to a cipher very, very shortly. We do actually have a cipher with progress on it, but that one idiot does know where it is, and will be pressuring that cipher very, very effectively. All three remaining ciphers are on the same side of the map right now, so that does put Ravens in a bit of a difficult situation. However, going to switch targets to that Entomologist and chase her around in here. But I do believe, yep, that one idiot does see the cipher shaking and is going to switch targets to the patient in order to disrupt that decoding.
Yeah, it looks like we are really pushing to disrupt decoding. Geisha has the capacity and the strength to really get distance, and it looks like we are stuck between these 2 ciphers here. Hitting that board once, really getting rid of a lot of the energy that the board does contain here, meaning that if the Wildling does choose to leave the board, he is... Ooh, wonderful hook coming off of Pablo here.
Yeah, definitely, you know, again, really showcasing the versatility of the patient and the ability of the patient to just, you know, dash immediately out of range. Has 1 hook remaining, might use it now, but oh, going to just take that hit there instead. Still has Tide Turner to utilize. I'm not sure if it will end up being utilized now, but oh, hooking all the way up to the coaster. Will he be able to get on it in time? No, that one idiot is going to hitch a ride as well. I love seeing this coaster utilized. I love watching the map get used for what it is. And oh, very unfortunate here. That one idiot actually getting off the coaster on the wrong side. Patient is going to go down, and they were healing, so there is no cipher being primed right now. We are going. Oh,
we are. I'm so sorry.
No, you're
it looks
fine.
like we are just giving up decoding just for healing here.
Yup, Entomologist is going to tap a cipher, but knows that that one idiot is keeping a very close eye on the cipher progress. So a little bit unable to continue it, but she is going to get right back on that cipher as that one idiot is occupied with the rescue. Wildling, beautiful rescue on the patient. Beautiful vault here as well, but oh, terror shocked on the way back. A gorgeous butterfly placed by that one idiot. And a teleport coming into play here to disrupt that cipher. Sapphire already on those bees, taking 1 hit to the bees. leaving them there and possibly going to pick them back up again here. Yes, she is.
Yeah, looks like we are losing the bees for a short amount of time. We are really trying to put some pressure up on these ciphers here, but you know, they are healing. This is the play here. Instead of decode, we heal. But when you're at one cipher, you're wasting
Ooh.
that time here.
Beautiful flywheel there from Sapphire to get out of the range of the heavy hit. And oh, a butterfly and another terror shock from that one idiot over that pallet. Wow, even with the honey provided by the Entomologist's fall, wasn't quite enough to carry her over that pallet in time. Entomologist is going to see that chair, and Wildling and Patient are... Patient's going to stay in the area. Patient still has Tide to utilize. That is going to be very important coming in here. Able to, even if the Entomologist gets hit again by a little bit extra time. Wildling is on that cipher though, but is going to be able to get right back on his board, taking a hit there, but also his decoding is not quite fast enough in order to effectively prime that cipher.
Yeah, I mean, it is an interesting choice here to really chase Proud Sensei here, because I would rather just let him decode and have the other two waste their time. Just because he has a stronger, heavier decoding debuff.
But we are going to see the Entomologist is back on the cipher, accelerated decoding already at 50%, and it's going up as I speak. But the teleport is back into play. We are going to see that one idiot swap right back to the Entomologist. Oh, and going right down again, hit through those bees, but Wildling is going to be picked back up. Patient actually has a perfume to utilize here. Entomologist not holding any items anymore. Her bees are done. And I believe she's going to be seeing her second chair. Wildling back on that cipher. Yes, she's going to be seeing her second chair. And Patient is in the area ready to rescue. But just beautiful work by that one idiot so far, able to keep this endgame going. And yeah, I've seen the chat say we have been stuck at one cipher for an eternity. But that just really goes to show, you know, that one idiot able to lock them into these three ciphers, unable to go anywhere else, and just keeping up that pressure, even with a hunter like Geisha, who doesn't have a lot in her kit that works with map pressure other than the butterflies and just mobility. But we are going to see a bit of turning around, but we are going to see that target lock onto the Wildling, and they are healing once again! Just dragging this game out for us, not decoding, just continuing to keep each other alive. And Wildling is going to go down again. Will he be chaired? Yes, he will be chaired this time.
Everyone in the chat's like, can this patient decode? The patient is doing the rescue work here, unfortunately.
Yeah, Patient's kind of being a Merc 2, as you've been saying. Patient is, I believe Patient is technically a rescuer character, even though I don't agree with that classification at all. But, is definitely playing the role, but we are going to see the Patient go down, but is that cipher going to pop before she's done?
No! No!
No! That one idiot teleporting instead of picking up the Patient, not quite in time to stop that cipher from being primed. So Sapphire is just going to pop it, not quite getting that no attack recovery hit off the way that he probably hoped. Patient and Wildling are already on the other side of the map, and with no teleport to utilize, this could very well be a draw, depending on how long. Wow, and a beautiful flywheel, and no terror shock there this time around, but the Entomologist is going to go down. There is no teleport to utilize here, but Geisha is very effective at crossing long distances of space with those butterflies, so we could, maybe she'll get there in time. It is already halfway through. I don't believe she is going to get there in time. Oh, and that one idiot knows it. It's going to be a surrender for a draw. Wow.
Oh, super stressful match. Really great first match here coming off of that one idiot.
Yeah, just absolutely insane. I want to see the heal stats. Hold on a second. Yep, we've got 4 heals from the Wildling, 2 heals from the Patient, and 2 heals from that Entomologist. Wow, it was almost like a photographer match with the amount of heals that were going on.
It was so stressful. You know, that Geisha really clears distance, but when you are really pinning between one space or the other, you have to be really careful. And I really think focusing on that wildling for a whole section just to disrupt decoding was just so unfortunate. So when it comes to encoding, it looks like the entomologist had about 300% here, with the patient with 180% and the wildling with 101.
Yeah, absolutely. So impressive. I wonder what would have happened if that one idiot had picked up the patient instead of teleporting. Definitely a high risk, high reward situation. Ended up being more on the side of the risk than the reward. If the entomologist had that at like 90%, 93%, not quite able to be primed, that definitely would have been a very, very different situation, but teleporting at the last second with the Cypher already primed and the pop able to go off while the Geisha was still in that teleport animation just sealed that draw for the survivors. But amazing work on both sides, and I really do want to commend that one idiot for just doing Cypher pressure as a Geisha is not
It's not
easy.
easy. It's not. It's really, really difficult.
Yeah, and just, able to keep them at that one cipher for the whole time. Obviously there was a lot of healing done instead of decoding, but just able to push it that far, and still able to get the draw in the end. I was a little bit nervous for a second there because the dungeon was right there. If Entomologist had been able to kite for a little bit longer, that could have been a 3-man, so definitely a very secure draw, or a very good draw to secure in this first round. It does still give Ravens the point lead, but again, this is the first round. We're still in the first round, and there is still a second round, and, I definitely expect to see a third round with both of these teams.
I do
Because,
as well.
yeah, very, very evenly matched. And just beautiful work on both sides. We are going to see a 7-2 lead for Ravens, but anything can happen in this next round. Anything can happen in the future rounds. And just so excited to see these teams. This is really a finals worth watching, and both of them proving that they do deserve to be here.
Yeah, really, really interested to see what the second round takes us. Really anticipating what Luo is up to, and just what they anticipate here.
Yeah, definitely anticipating a Bloody Queen ban. Going into this next round.
Oh my goodness.
Obviously, maybe depending on the map, we might see something else, but definitely getting that Bloody Queen out of the way would definitely be something in the interest of LG survivors. Hey, come on, I see you there. Getting on Cheshire.
I think he's ugly. I'm sorry. I'm sick of him. I'm sick of it. I've had enough of this guy.
He's interesting, alright? He's interesting. If we were going to turn the mercenary into a cat, I'm glad he looks like he has problems.
I can make the mercenary look better as a cat.
No, he deserves it. But yeah, I'm definitely... Hopefully we will see that mercenary coming out to play in these next rounds. Maybe, maybe we will see that Cheshire skin come in, but we will see actually the red church picked on the side of LG. I guess, this is a little bit of a sticky situation with the maps at hand, both of these maps, very, very small, very effective for that Bloody Queen, Arms Factory versus Red Church, but definitely we will be seeing that Bloody Queen ban unless, something happens along the way. I would definitely expect for it, though.
I am a strong fan of the Red Church. It's small, but it's so versatile, and it has so many good kiting areas, especially for survivors. I'm so sorry. I am so survivor brained, but it's one
it's
of
fine.
my
I take care of the
favorite
hunter brain, you take care of the survivor brain.
Yeah, we have each other's backs here. I have seen his original design, and I still think they're ugly. You're talking to the wrong person about character design. I have issues with them. Character design for fun.
have a love-hate relationship with the Cheshire skin, I will say. But we are going to head right into these bans and picks. Definitely would expect to see probably we could be looking at that seer ban. We could be looking definitely at a barmaid ban on smaller maps like this, especially. Oh wait, are we going to church or arms factory? I believe we are going to church.
Okay, we're going to church.
Yes, we're going to church. Okay, that's what I thought. But yeah, no, I'm definitely very excited to see because I haven't seen Church in a while. I know that I believe Church came out a few times when I wasn't commentating. But I have not been able to commentate for a Church match in a while, and it is such an interesting map. As you were saying, all of those areas for the survivors to kite through. Very, very suited for tight kiting. But we could definitely see some hunters come out that counter tight kiting with that in mind. Even if that Bloody Queen is banned, we could be seeing that Disciple come out. We know Luo has a very, very strong Disciple. Maybe that Wax Artist. I don't think we would see that Wax Artist just because of all of the walls. But we could definitely see maybe a Guard 26 coming out as well. But definitely really excited for whatever Luo decides to pick. Oh, and we are actually going to be seeing a swap on the side of LG. KK is out and Fonzie is in. So yeah, a little bit of a lineup swap here. I believe, yeah, Fonzie is a forward main if I'm not mistaken. So we could be seeing that happen now. But with that in mind, yep, bans of picks should be coming in, and that is an antiquarian ban. Definitely understandable considering everything that we have seen so far. But and that is a dancer ban as well. Again, completely understandable. I do wish that we could see more of that dancer, but given the opportunity to ban her, definitely not something that you want to allow out. We saw that very, very effectively in that last matchup for our third place. We saw Jogi on your own. Very, very effectively utilizing that dancer in terms of a tight kiting situation, and we will be seeing that Bloody Queen ban. So no more Bloody Queen, but rightfully so. Definitely do not want to see that Bloody Queen come out, and we are going to see the forward.
Priestess is an interesting pick on Red Church, but I don't really denounce her here. We have someone in my team who plays her just about anywhere, and being able to set up that support within the church, extremely, extremely helpful.
Yeah, definitely, those support portals going through the church can be very, very detrimental to the hunter. Two hunters on this map. Very excited to see how she's utilized, and also very excited to see that forward as well. Very likely locked in right away here, just as support, as a rescuer. But this is it's giving old meta. With that forward, with that priestess, seeing those two locked in right away, isn't something that we see in tournaments nowadays. We usually see like that dancer. Obviously she's banned now, but the barmaid. But it's a little bit, it's nostalgic seeing these two locked in right away. But we are going to be looking at the entomologist and the mercenary ban. Definitely do not want to see the support that can be coming from that entomologist, and the mercenary, always the rescuer, unless you choose the first officer. But there's a reason why he is still banned today. And we are going to see that acrobat locked in here as well.
Really interesting to see what our last few choices here are going to be, especially for that last survivor pick on Ravens, and it's definitely really up in the air. Personally, I really would like to see a decoder come into play here.
Yeah, I do wonder if LG will choose an enchantress for that final survivor if she's not banned. I believe we have one more ban coming through here. Yep, okay, the Seer is going to be banned. So I do wonder if we will be seeing that Enchantress come out. Probably not a Toy Merchant on this map because it is so flat. Could be seeing a Psychologist. Could be seeing that Barmaid as well, considering she was not banned. Definitely a survivor that works very, very well. In a tight cutting situation, but if we could, yep, we are going to see that Enchantress coming back. Definitely something to watch out for from LG, from Jose, a very, very formidable Enchantress player. Very excited to see her make her return coming into the second round. But that does... I do wonder what they will do for their Persona webs. We could definitely be seeing a double Tide situation, possibly... I would definitely anticipate the Acrobat bringing Tide, especially on a map like this where he's able to use those windows with his bombs. Forward, we've definitely been seeing a lot of flywheel forwards, so I would not be surprised if the forward does not have Tide in this matchup. Priestess could also be possibly carrying Tide, but I'm definitely interested to see how LG decides to structure this match.
Yeah, really, really interesting choices here. It looks like I'm really anticipating either the forward or this Priestess running Tide Turner here. Definitely maybe Flywheel on the Enchantress. As much as I dislike Flywheel, I do know Enchantresses are really keen on bringing it, and maybe Broken Windows or Flywheel on this Acrobat as well.
Yeah, definitely. Especially again, like on a map like this, we could definitely be seeing that Broken Windows coming into play with definitely more than enough. More than enough windows, more than enough pallets to vault over, and we are going to be seeing that Acrobat carrying Broken Windows, as you were saying. Forward is going to have Tide. Wow, really a blast from the past here. Not something that we've seen in a very long time. Forwards actually carrying Tide. Since that swap to assist, they've been like, well, we don't need Tide anymore because we're not the rescue. But very glad to see that coming back. Enchantress will have Flywheel, and Priestess will also have Broken Windows. All of them do have Borrowed Time. I suppose I do need to state that now, considering the last
Strawberry Milk really pulled a surprise on us.
Definitely, we could maybe we could be seeing some more surprise Persona webs. But there is a reason that Borrowed Time is the it's the Persona to look out for, and we are going to see the Wax Artist coming out here. Not something that I was anticipating, but can definitely be utilized on a map like this. Definitely a lot of walls to get in the way, but that church is kind of a free zone for him, because of the low pews can shoot the wax over that, can block off both of the windows, making it kind of a death trap for the survivors. But definitely interested to see how Luo is able to utilize the Wax Artist on a map like this.
Yeah, well, we've seen Luo in action before, especially with that Wax Artist. Luo, as a hunter themselves, is a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, definitely, definitely very intrigued here to see, what Luo is able to do, how Luo is able to work against the map. That forward as well, and the Priestess, both of those, and also the Enchantress as well. All three of those survivors, when affected, or when they affect the hunter with their skills, they will receive wax, because of the Wax Artist passive skill, which deals, I believe, around 20 to 25% wax, to each survivor when they stun. It's like a slash effect, but we will definitely be seeing that come into play with this Enchantress, with the forward as well with the harassment. But really interested to see, how the survivors are able to work around that. Definitely knowing that will be sort of the accumulated risk of harassing a Wax Artist. But we are just going to file in here. Just wait for everybody to get situated. I do enjoy the skin discussion happening in the chat right now. I was campaigning for clerk, but I will be, when it comes to deduction star voting, I'm voting for the forward. He's been around for too long without a deduction star, and that's where my votes are going.
I agree wholeheartedly.
I'm very passionate about my campaign for forward deduction star, but we are going to see these spawns coming in now. We can table that discussion. We'll get to that later. But we are going to see kind of a clustered spawn here. All the survivors in that bottom right corner of the map. We will be seeing the forward spawn in the reception, acrobat in the shack, priestess in the church, obviously, able to set up her support portals right away, and the enchantress is going to be in those back walls, but possibly going to rotate towards that shack once those portals are set up. We are going to see the enchantress on this first chase. This is Ravens hunting, LG surviving, finals of Checkmate. I am Bones, this is S, and we're gonna get right into it. Thank you all for sticking with us. It's been a long day, and we're gonna keep going.
It looks like we are chasing the enchantress first off. We did manage to get that first stun. We are stuck in a bit of a loop. Excellent pallet stun coming in here, but with that pallet being gone, it forces you to have to transition here.
Yup, going to stay in these walls, and the first stun going off, I actually didn't catch if that did increase her wax. I'm not sure if she was close enough. But that enchantress is going to be at 93% wax. We will see what Luo does, because definitely could go and push for that early hit here. And a flywheel here, but a little early! Going to take that hit. The wax is going to start to decrease here, but will it be enough? Oh, beautiful blink there, but caught in the stun, and going to take a hit there for a beautiful first down. Wow. Very good plays on both sides. We are going to see that the acrobat is almost finished with the cipher. Priestess almost done with hers. Forward is now coming in the area for this rescue.
It's really interesting to see just what Luo's workaround here is going to be.
Yup, and beautiful, locking off that cipher, forcing the acrobat away, and actually going to get a little bit of wax here on that acrobat. Maybe going to go for that hot wax hit, just sort of passively, but both survivors are in the area to harass. Going to get that first hit on the acrobat. Oh, and a beautiful firebomb coming in there as well, disabling the wax. Forward is going to take another hit here, and the enchantress is going to continue to run. We're also going to see the priestess in the area as well, here to body block so that the enchantress can reach her support portals. Yep, and yep, that's exactly what I was talking about there. We are going to see the passive wax artist stun resistance coming into play here, freezing that priestess the moment that the wax artist came out of the portal.
Yeah, this enchantress just barely running past him. He almost just missed her.
Yup, and unfortunately, just not going to get any of the stuns off, is going to be going down right here. But we are going to see that the forward is still in the area. Enchantress still has another chair to go through, and that forward has a full ball. So we could definitely be seeing some harassment. Luo did bring Blink. Does not have excitement to work with here. Unsure if there could possibly be a trait switch, but Blink still has about 40 seconds on cooldown. And a beautiful 3-stack here from the enchantress. We are going to see that buy her enough time to reach the end. And is that going to be a stun? Whoa!
Whoa, wonderful stun coming off of this forward here, really trying to pull for some time.
Oh, and we are going to see there, unfortunately, the forward had just enough hot wax there rallied up that the moment he got the stun in, it did in fact down him, and that is something you really have to look out for when it comes to that wax artist. Just that passive ability to splash wax onto the survivors whenever he's stunned, and it has definitely been working in his favor this match. Still with 3 ciphers remaining, but we are going to see that the acrobat is hard at work, working on a cipher. Enchantress has totally left the area, but Priestess has done a beautiful portal into the basement, but Wax Artist is ready and waiting. Ooh, wonderful body block there from that Priestess, and the forward is just going to utilize almost the end of his ball. Definitely still has enough ball left to have a stun come in handy here, but using that ball just to transition over to the shack area and will keep up this chase. Luo does have Blink up though, so he is going to have to be very, very careful.
Yeah, we are watching right now. We have 2 ciphers at about 50% now. We have the Acrobat coming in here for this rescue, but Luo is just catching up here.
Yeah, beautiful down on that forward as well. Kind of a revenge play there, as the forward did stun the Wax Artist out of his vault. Wax Artist stunned the forward out of his vault. A little bit of a eye for an eye going on here. We are going to see waxing off the Priestess's cipher, making her unable to decode it for a short period of time, or a long period of time, I should say. But the Acrobat is going to be pressuring that chair, and we are going to see that rescue come off. Will the Wax Artist be able to? No, it looks like the Acrobat's going to be very, very dedicated to this body block. We'll see if there's a switch to Hot Wax. I believe it may still... No, it is not on cooldown. Here comes the Hot Wax. We'll very likely be seeing... Oh, no, it was turned off. Oh, yeah, we're just going to go for the Cold Blast Freeze. And oh, the Cypher was primed! We are going to see the pop come into play here. Detention is active, but there are still 4 survivors on the field.
We are going to be losing this forward here. Really leaving him. I personally think we should turn around, pick him up, but I respect the fact that we are going, I believe, to throw Hot Wax and really get this gate off.
Yeah, just a little bit too slow though is the thing. That gate was already open, and that Acrobat able to utilize his balls is going to be heading to the gate. This could be a 4-man if the forward is able to self-heal in time. Forward able to self-heal in time, getting up. I'm not sure where the dungeon is, and I'm not sure if LG knows where the dungeon is, but it is open. If forward is able to kite, possibly the Wax Artist losing sight of him in this area, this could be a 4-man win on the side, but no!
Right in time here.
Luo is going to find the forward here. Yup, definitely racking up that Hot Wax as well. And just going to go down here. Wow. Definitely turning the tide there as well. But that is, you know...
really interesting match here. Beautiful.
We are going to look at the stats here. Very, very high containment on everyone except for the Priestess. We are going to see the forward, Acrobat, and Enchantress all in the 100 seconds containment time. And that's really, you know, it just goes to show for the teamwork of LG, and especially on a map as small as this, you really do have to work as a hunter, to counter that, because we saw it with the Priestess, where she was able to leave her cipher, go body block the Enchantress enough for the Enchantress to reach those support portals that were set up in the church, and Luo completely lost sight of the Enchantress as a result of that. If the Priestess hadn't been there to support, very, very likely that the Enchantress would have gotten down before she was able to make it into the church, into those portals. But yeah, definitely the LG survivors were able to take advantage of the map. It is not Wax Artist's best map. Definitely respect to Luo for attempting to play him at all on a map like this. Because definitely not a map that works in his favor, but just wonderful teamwork on the side of LG.
Yeah, I mean, this containment time really does speak for itself. Obviously, the Priestess was really out of the way, you know, out of sight, out of mind. Really being able to focus on supporting and also just decoding as well. You know, she managed to get a rescue off herself, but she more so worked on just full-on support. You do have a good 145 seconds coming from that forward, as well as the 131 and 118 both coming off of the Enchantress and the Acrobat. But that does not deny the fact that the Acrobat did most of the decoding here.
Yeah, Acrobat definitely hard at work on those ciphers. But, you know, also very valuable that the Priestess was one that opened the gate, because she had just gotten it open by the time the Wax Artist got there. If it had been Acrobat on the gate, things could have been very, very different. But we are going to see a 3-1 lead for LG on the side to start off the second round. Very, very excited to see possibly things turning around. Obviously, you know, Raven survivors still have a chance to clutch the finals in 2 rounds only, but I definitely anticipate big things coming in the second round for that one idiot. You know, able to tie things up for his team.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, definitely really, again, you know I said this at the start of the stream, or at least at the start of this round, but I'm going to say it again. Really so impressed at the teamwork coming off of both of these survivor teams. You know, it's very evident that they do work together, and they know how to support each other, and especially again on a map like Red Church, teammate support can be so valuable. Coming from that forward, coming from that priestess, coming from that acrobat, you know, when everybody was there at the enchantress's chair at 3 ciphers, it was like, oh, what the hell are they doing? But on a map as small as that, you can afford to leave your cipher behind, head to that
Right.
chair, engage in a little bit of harassment, and then head back to your cipher. You barely lose any time at all. It's not like Moonlit where you have to travel halfway across the map as a result. We are going to head right into the bands and picks. Antiquarian and Barmaid, I'm sorry, Barmaid's going to be chosen. Antiquarian and Female Dancer taken right off the table, and Clerk as well will not be accessible for this match.
Yeah, and it looks like Ravens is locking in with that barmaid and the entomologist. You know, we have this fair discussion a lot because I am usually the barmaid's #1 fighter. I really feel she herself as a survivor is relatively balanced in the fact that, you know, she can't get her heels off if you know how to utilize her, and play her the correct way. But if the hunter themselves is just one step ahead of you, you know, there's just no way to get around that.
Yeah, and definitely excited to see that entomologist locked in here again. As I was saying, and you know, as we saw in that past match, a little bit less on the harassment, at least in the later game, from that entomologist, but we will be seeing probably very likely Sapphire on that entomologist once again, and definitely very excited to see how that goes. You know, it is always very nice to see that entomologist coming out to play, and especially on a map like Red Church that is so tight. But we are going to be seeing another forward. Are we going to see Black Nose?
Maybe.
I know you guys teased that Black Nose in the waiting room earlier. If we see Black Nose, I will be very excited. But we are going to see that Merc and Seer taken off the table as well. So, oh, and is that the Priestess? Yes, the Priestess as well. So definitely not looking for those tankier survivors, not looking for the teammate support that the Seer provides. And we're going to see that Acrobat locked in as the last survivor. Very fast and efficient lineup here.
Yeah, I mean, they were really quick on this one. They knew exactly what they wanted to do the moment that they loaded in here.
Yeah, you know, very nice to see that as well.
Even the
It
host
also just
goes,
says
they did it so
confidence.
fast. You know, they are so confident in what they want.
Yup, and we are going to actually see a little bit of a different landscape here. Forward is going to have tied once again, but the other 3 members of the team are all going to be carrying broken windows. They are not going to be carrying flywheel. So definitely more interested in breaking that distance.
No
And we're going
way.
to see a Bonbon here today. Definitely very excited to see that Guard 26. We have seen that one idiot play Guard 26 a few times, I believe, during this tournament. I know that Guard 26 was brought out on Sacred Heart Hospital the first time I had the privilege of commentating for LG. Definitely a force to be reckoned with. Though I do wonder about that about the entomologist, because I do believe that the bees will eat the bombs, if I'm not mistaken. I may be completely wrong on that. But I think the bees, like the bombs will target the bees first. I may be
Yes,
wrong. Please correct
I
me if I'm
believe
wrong.
so.
But definitely, you know, against that acrobat as well, against the forward, you know, being able to place those bombs right at your own feet, and sort of countering that forward stun. But yeah, definitely a very strong map for Guard 26. so many places to place those bombs, keep those survivors contained. Definitely a hunter that works very well against tight kiting, which is kind of what you have to do on this map. But also, the choice of broken windows will definitely affect that as well, because that's a transition kiting persona web. So we could definitely be seeing transition kiting come into play here against this guard 26 coming into this round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really interested to see and how this and really how this plays out, honestly.
Yeah, very, very exciting. Okay, I have been corrected. The bombs will knock the entomologist off of her bees. She will take the damage. So we will be seeing that come into play. Ooh, is it gonna be Tin Man today? Definitely enjoy seeing that Tin Man. I know he's kind of a Koa classic when it comes to the skins
PPX.
that we see. Yup.
PP Sha.
Definitely kind of tradition for these tournaments, but we are, I believe, no, go back.
Not Ryuji.
Proud Sensei, if you're listening to me, please play Black Nose. Thank you very much. Good night. I will be back to normal very shortly. But definitely interested to see if this forward harassment pays off. Unfortunately, it will not be Black Nose. But we will be seeing the entomologist spawn in the church. We will be seeing the acrobat spawn in the reception, barmaid over in the shack, forward in the walls, and we will be seeing Bonbon spawn in prime position to chase either the barmaid or the forward. Probably more likely the barmaid, but definitely, forward, not the worst option, especially on a map like this. A little bit harder to aim that ball, a little bit harder to run around, especially if we've definitely seen in this tournament forwards who don't have their sensitivity all the way up. I would assume that won't be the case here, but you never know. Definitely do anticipate that barmaid first chase with the Bonbon bombs able to kind of cut off that healing. Though barmaid did get a buff that makes it so that chip damage does not interrupt any healing. But it looks like, yeah, we are going to be going for that barmaid first S.
Yeah, and I really anticipate. Ooh, no, I think we are rotating around. I don't think the barmaid here is going to actually be our first chase. I think our first chase is going to be this entomologist.
Yup, switching targets, heading over to the reception here. Entomologist definitely looking for that kite as well, throwing down a bunch of pallets, but is going to... No, not getting that second chip just yet, but is going to have a bomb hit right away. We are going to see... Oh, very good dodge of those bombs as well. Not quite landing the chain, and dropping the beads just in time to block that hit.
Yeah, I mean, really interested in coming off of this Bonbon here. Blink is up, but I think we're really just anticipating being able to get that bomb hit off first. Yes, see,
wow.
Getting that duo bomb.
Yep, and we're going to see Blink and a very, very good down here right off the bat from that one idiot. Though, interestingly enough, it does seem like that one idiot, as he ran this on Sacred Heart the last time that I watched him play Dark 26, does not have detention. Oh, we are seeing something interesting here. Oh, definitely trying to bait out that forward stun, and going to catch the forward in that bomb. It was a timed bomb. Wow. Very, very impressive plays here from that one idiot. Just predicting that dash, making sure that the bomb would be timed perfectly for Proud Sensei to get in the radius of it, but absolutely masterful play here by that one idiot, really just showcasing his knowledge of the Guard 26 and also of how Ravens is going to be utilizing that forward.
Yeah, it really looks like this acrobat here is actually the one coming in for the rescue instead.
Yup, is going to drop, I believe that is the firebomb, but not quite in an area that's able to fully land, but a beautiful stun here from that forward. Unfortunately, the chip, Yeah, the chip's still going to land on the entomologist, and wow, gorgeous chain bomb there as well. And without, I don't believe there are any harassers close enough in this area. Forward has left, is getting a Dublin healed up, but the entomologist will be taking off. And we are still at 3 ciphers remaining. A beautiful start here from that one idiot.
Yeah, I mean, it's really up to who that one idiot plans on chasing next. We do see that the barmaid passed off a drink to that forward, getting that heal off, and, you know, it doesn't really seem like she's the chase here.
Whoa!
Whoa, hitting that acrobat from miles away, it seems.
Yup, right in the edge of that radius, definitely looking to knock him off of his cipher. But even with that prediction from Pablo, just got caught in the edge of that bomb. There is going to use the ball here to gain a little bit of distance, and did actually manage to trap that one idiot in it. So a momentary slowdown, not going to be the biggest deal in the world. And oh, just missing the edge of that hitbox there, is going to utilize another ball. Oh,
Terror shot!
Wow, the snowball coming in there.
Wonderful plays coming off of that one idiot here.
Wow, I wonder, you know, that does happen playing on mobile. It'll just make you slow vault for no reason, so definitely falling victim to that here. And we are going to see a switch to teleport already on that barmaid. Going to get a very early hit in here, and the chip as well. She is going to be using that Dublin, but ooh, caught in a bit of a situation there, but still able to escape. But no, going to get caught in that final bomb in the chain. Wow. Genuinely masterful plays here. Just going to get rid of that remote bomb as well, sending it back into cooldown. Full inventory here, almost. On the guard 26, all 6 bombs ready to be deployed, and kind of forcing that forward as well to waste that tide turner because, you know, wasn't at that chair. No reason for that tide turner to be activated other than the fact that, you know, it was active and the forward was the only one available here to rescue. But just beautiful play here and pressure here by that one idiot. It does look like Acrobat is trying to maybe find his way back to a
nice chip hit off of the forward here.
Yup, beautiful just distance pressure here as well, making sure that the survivors cannot get close enough to the chair in order to pull off a rescue. But that one idiot definitely saw that cipher shaking as the Acrobat tapped in, is going to be heading right for him.
Unfortunately, we will be seeing David, the barmaid, getting sent back to the manor. Really unfortunate. I really do love seeing David. David's kite, but usually whenever we see David, he's playing a stunner.
Yeah, definitely interested to see that barmaid coming out of him. Unfortunately, just not a match for that one idiot on the guard 26. But we are going to see the Acrobat taking this kite. And we will see just how long Pablo can last here. And oh, taking the remote bomb here. And we will see the forward is decoding right now. It does have a syringe. Probably not going to do him much good just because, you know, he is stuck at a chip hit. And oh, just getting caught in the radius of that bomb. Is going to go down here. Does still have self-heal to work with, but that one idiot is wasting no time getting onto that forward, and with only... hit through that window there as well, just at the edge of the guard 26 hitbox. Both of them do have self-heal, but it looks like we are just going to chair the forward. I don't believe the forward has been chaired yet, so definitely a good choice on the part of that one idiot. Definitely not interested in allowing these survivors to get the dungeon, but actually, we will see. Is forward going to struggle free? No, not going to struggle free. Is going to be stuck in that chair, and Acrobat really just has to play the long game here if he's even interested in being able to get that dungeon.
Really picking up on this Acrobat's trail. You know, that trail always just gives you away.
And definitely, especially on a map like Red Church, which is like a relatively bright map, it is a lot easier, relatively speaking at least, to see that trail as opposed to a map like, you know, Lakeside, some areas on Moonlit as well. But Red Church, you know, out in the open, that trail is definitely very, very red. We are going to see, those bombs coming into play here. Is Pablo going to be able to get that rescue?
I'm
That
really
remote
wondering.
bomb was a little bit short, but going to get knocked off the
No
ship.
way!
That is a 4-man here on the side of LG. That's going to give them the second round. We will be headed to a third round, tying things up. Wow.
Really, really beautiful, beautiful match coming here, from that one idiot. Really, really bringing it back. I will say, I'll give my comments, but I will say I am hopping off of this match. I'm gonna pass my mic over to Mixie, who's gonna join you for this third match. But honestly, I'm extremely always super impressed by these teams. You know, we had a 81-second kite coming off of that forward here, with a good 84 coming off of the acrobat as well, leaving the entomologist with a 67-second kite, and David the barmaid with 45 seconds there as well.
Yeah, just so impressive here by that one idiot, able to turn things around. And just really impressive work by LG all in both matches this round. Definitely able to take advantage of the map, able to take advantage, of their own teamwork, of, that mastery of the Guard 26. Even with that decoding progress as well, and pretty decent kites on all accounts, just wasn't enough to be able to seal it, with that Guard 26. We've already seen before that one idiot is kind of a master at utilizing those bombs in order to pressure the ciphers. And just so it's always wonderful to see, and I know like the chat was appreciating it as well. Always so much fun to see a Guard 26 who is that masterful. And on both of the hunter sides throughout these rounds, with Luo's Bloody Queen, with that one idiot's Guard 26, it has been such a privilege to be able to watch and commentate for these. But also with that, I believe we are going to say goodbye to S as well. Thank you so much for commentating with me, S. I know it's been a very, very long day. I will still be here though.
Yes, so you'll have Mixie with you. I know you commentated with Mixie before, but for the chat, just so you know, Mixie is one of my dear friends, so make sure to give them lots of love as well. And you know what, thank you so much for having me. I know it was a little unexpected to see me and Bones again, especially because we were fully anticipating being done when we commentated for You're on Your Own and Strawberry Milk. But I always have so much fun with you guys, and honestly, thank you again for always being so kind to me. I'm really, really excited to see what the last match goes. But have a wonderful day, you guys. Stay safe and drink lots of water, okay? Bye!
Thank you so much for also commentating with me. That will be goodbye with S, and we will be seeing Mixie very, very shortly. Until then, you're just stuck with me. But again, thank you guys so much for sticking with us. I know it was a little bit unexpected to have myself, to have S commentating twice in a row. But I know I said this at the end of the last round, but I am so happy to be here. And I really do appreciate, the opportunities given to me, and to S as well, and to Mixie as well. Thank you again. Hi, Mixie. Thank you for dropping in for this final round.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you, S, for switching out with me. It was a little funny. I was kind of watching the stream, totally forgetting about the delay. But it's been really great to watch these matches so far, so I'm really excited to commentate with Bones here.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's also good to be commentating with you again. I definitely had a lot of fun when, the last time that we commentated together. And, oh, wow. The chat's catching up to my stuck here with me, so it depends, honestly. I might be stuck in here with you. The difference is that you guys are all free to close the tab whenever you want. I could technically, but I don't want to because I'm having so much fun. But again, thank you all for supporting me. Thank you all for supporting S, and also for as we continue supporting Mixie as well. And it's been such a lovely chat today. I know we had a couple of hiccups yesterday, and there's been a couple of hiccups over the course of the day, but it's just been very supportive, and it's always so nice to see, familiar faces, some unfamiliar faces as well. And just, having all of you here to support the two of us, and also to support the teams that are playing today, and also the players from the actual teams themselves coming in the chat. That's always appreciated. But yeah, thank you all so much. We are going to head into the map bans and picks now, and I will hand off the mic to Mixie.
Yeah, absolutely. Wonderfully put, Bones. Thank you so much. We are going to end up seeing our teams in Chinatown. And we're going to have Ravens hunting first with the LG Survivors up against them. Really excited. I feel like we don't see Chinatown as much, and it does end up getting banned here and there. So we're finally going to have that opportunity in this round 3.
Yeah, I'm definitely very excited to see Chinatown. It is a very good map to play the lizard on, in case anybody's listening.
Yeah, keep that lizard counter
I can't
up.
give up.
It's another.
Can't give up. But yeah, no, definitely, it is one of those maps that I do think will be very interesting to see both of these teams on, because they are such well communicated survivors. This is a map that really depends on that communication and on that teamwork in order to succeed. And so I'm definitely very excited to see what these teams will have to offer. But we are going to head right into the bans and picks. We will be seeing the Antiquarian, the Priestess, and the Forward taken off the table right away. Definitely do not want to deal with that Forward after the last couple matches.
Yeah, absolutely. Really great point. Priestess and Antiquarian, other great choices here. Chinatown is one of those maps that you really want to eliminate Priestess off the table, but I have to say it. I was watching the bans with bated breath. It gives room for some Toy Merchant. She makes a great alternative to Priestess here. And I think with the added mobility on a map such as Chinatown, it'll really benefit LG.
Yeah, I definitely hope to see that Toy Merchant locked in. Maybe first. I would definitely anticipate seeing her banned if they don't lock her in first. So if they do, oh, hey, there we go. We are going to see that Toy Merchant locked in right away just for you, and that Dancer as well. Definitely very excited to see that Dancer coming out to play. Those boxes being set up inside the hotel areas can be so valuable for a team. And also seeing the Bloody Queen and that Wax Artist ban, LG definitely knows what they're in for.
Yeah, for sure. And we've gotten to get a taste of Luo's Bloody Queen and Wax Artist, so taking that off the table is going to be really fun, and I'm excited to see who Luo ends up choosing. It's not too late to give Bones that lizard pick, but of course, we might see something else from Luo. If I remember correctly, we could see a Disciple. Do love the female dancer pick. I think that those boxes not only help with those kiting areas, but transitioning towards them again, because once again, it's a really open map, and just laying them out is just really worth the risk in case your other teammates are going to be getting chased. And I do think that she kind of doubles as a versatile pick, especially with decoding. I noticed that there's quite a lot of ciphers that are close by to pallets, and you can really set up some good fast boxes. I know slow boxes are really where it's at the moment, but fast boxes will definitely benefit this team as well. Now we are going to have a Mercenary and Patient ban next thing.
Yeah, definitely very excited to see both that Toy Merchant and that female dancer coming out to play, and the Embalmer as well. Something that we've been kind of missing today as opposed to yesterday. We did see some Embalmer action, but I'm definitely very excited to see that Embalmer returning. Chinatown is a very good map for the Embalmer because of those levels. It makes it a lot harder for the Hunter to get right to that get to that coffin right away when he rebirths, and can also, again, like we saw yesterday, the Embalmer was utilized very, very effectively in order to secure a 4-man for Ravens. Obviously, this is the side of LG, but it does go to show the versatility and the value that can be brought with an Embalmer on the team. And it does look like we are going to ban that Seer and that Patient, and we will be seeing the Gravekeeper come to round out this lineup.
Yeah, really great composition here. I think they're definitely going to give the hunter some trouble. Gravekeeper makes for a pretty good rescue, and I definitely think that the shovel will come in handy again to make that distance, especially if he so happens to be quite far from anyone who may be chaired. It also doubles out as a really good defense in terms of kiting if the Gravekeeper ends up being chased. Especially with that adjustment, I really am fond of it because it's not so much, you don't have to waste so much about preserving your shovel. You'll end up getting to use it if you don't use it again, if you don't end up depleting too much of it. So that's always nice. And yeah,
Definitely a
waiting
really,
for
really
these.
valuable buff.
Absolutely. We are waiting for these persona webs in a moment, followed by the hunter pick, but I'm sure we can hopefully see some interesting compositions. I know that in the previous bracket we saw some no borrowed time, and that's always fun. I think since we're approaching the third round, yeah, we are in the third round. It's go big or go home, so I'm definitely putting that out there.
Oh, and it looks like you were actually
Oh.
onto something. We will be seeing the Toy Merchant, Gravekeeper, and Dancer. All of them have borrowed time. Toy Merchant is carrying Broken Windows. Gravekeeper is obviously carrying Tide. And the Dancer will have Flywheel, but the Embalmer will be carrying a 12-9 build. We'll be having that Broken Windows and that Flywheel. So no borrowed time for the Embalmer today.
Honestly, I think that's a solid choice on the Embalmer, no less, because he's definitely going to be the squishiest member of this team, having to rely on his build and I guess the teammate support. But if he's going to be that prime target for the hunter, who knows? He might not be able to make it to the end game, but we'll just have to see because 912 is a really solid kiting build. I think it is definitely going to give the hunter a lot of work to do, but we are going to be seeing a clerk.
Ooh, definitely really interested to see Lua utilize this clerk on a map, and I know Chinatown is such a strong map for the clerk. It's not a lot of ciphers. All the ciphers are in open places, a lot easier to get those recordings down. As well as, blocking off the pallets, blocking off, in those tighter areas. Clerk can definitely be a force to be reckoned with, but on the note of that Embalmer as well, not having borrowed time, in the event that the Embalmer is the last kite, as long as he has that coffin still able to be utilized, doesn't need borrowed time at all. Definitely can just use that coffin, escape right away, and keep up that containment just a little bit longer. But really excited to see how Luo is able to utilize the clerk here. Definitely looking forward to seeing some cipher pressure, maybe even some exit gate pressure, and be able to utilize the clerk that way. Something interesting about Chinatown as well as a map. The exit gates are both very close together. There's not a lot of distance between them. So patrolling those as a clerk is definitely it gives a lot less problems than a map like, Lakeside or even Arms Factory.
Yeah, absolutely. Really great points, Bones. I definitely think we are in store. We have a really interesting match in store. I'm excited for the end game in particular. On top of what Bones mentioned regarding the closeness of these exit gates, I definitely think that Clerk is one of those hunters that you can really end up having a gate war with. So I'm really eager to see that and hoping that we will get to push to that end game and also have as many teammates possible to see and push Luo to these limits with their Clerk.
Yeah, I'm definitely very, very excited to see, and also how these survivors respond, because they do have that dancer, they do have that toy merchant that we always love to see. And on a map like this, especially with that Embalmer in play, you were talking about how he's the most vulnerable member of the team, but with that support from the toy merchant, with that support from the female dancer as well, And we've already seen LG prove themselves as a team that is very, very good at supporting each other. So I definitely anticipate a lot of support coming into play from those other members of the team as it comes to the Embalmer's kite, because, Embalmer is almost definitely going to be the first kite. I don't know why you wouldn't target the Embalmer first unless you just really don't want to deal with that coffin, but leaving that coffin up for most of the game can hurt you just as much as having it waste your time in the beginning.
For sure. Now we are proceeding over to the area selection. It looks like all survivors have locked in. Toy Merchant's going to take that 2-story area with the bridge, followed by Gravekeeper in the middle, of course, and we are going to be having Embalmer right by the hotel with a female dancer close by.
Yeah, definitely agree with putting the Embalmer in that area, just because it is arguably the best area on the map to kite, especially when you have not a lot to work with. And also it does give him the opportunity to place that coffin almost immediately in a spot that works very well for him. And will be valuable in the late game. But really excited to see where the Clerk chooses to spawn. It does look like we're going to be spawning closer to that Gravekeeper, possibly looking to target the Tide on the team first and make it so that they can't utilize that.
Right in the restaurant. All right, we are proceeding to the match shortly, but this is the first half of round 3 with the Ravens Hunter up against the LG Survivors. Good luck to both teams.
Good luck to both teams. So excited to see this third round get started. We are going to be seeing that worn clothes Clerk. Boy, she needs a bath. But definitely a little bit of a fashion show going on here. But we are going to head right into things, heading right for that Toy Merchant. Definitely a really interesting choice for that first kite, especially in an area this strong.
Oh, and Toy Merchant does look like she's going to utilize that glider off the bridge. She is transitioning over towards the middle area where there are a couple of pallets and a vault. And there we go. We are going to see some broken windows get utilized here.
Yep, is going to get that vault recording here, but she does have enough time to set up that catapult and is going to take it, but Luo predicted it, and she is going to cut her off and get that hit in as well. Beautiful use of the recordings there. Just picking up those pallets, dropping the pallets again, and getting another pallet recording right away. So very, very smooth usage of that Clerk. Oh, we need a pallet here! Wow.
Yeah. Oh, Ruby's definitely playing risky because she just put down the second catapult. But honestly, good choice considering the glider is now off of cooldown. We are going to see the Toy Merchant return to the middle area.
Yeah.
Oh, I see Gravekeeper spinning with that recording on him.
Well, there's nothing else to do. May as well just have a little bit of fun with it. But Gravekeeper is going to run away from that Cypher. Toy Merchant dropping that pallet, but Toy Merchant and Embalmer was able to get the Toy Merchant's appearance, and she is going to be coffined. So that really, really valuable. Whenever they choose to deploy that coffin, it means that the other survivors don't need to abandon their ciphers and go in for a rescue. So it can be definitely very valuable heading into this game. I wonder if they'll use it first or be sure to rescue her before half.
Ooh, they're in a bit of a... Oh, it does look like the Toy Merchant is going to end up chaired right in front of the Embalmer. There is a great slow box setup over here, and it does look like we're actually not going to opt to rebirth this Toy Merchant at the moment.
Yeah, breaking that box there definitely going to be very helpful as the match continues. But all of these boxes are set up in this area ready to either support the Toy Merchant when she gets off chair. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the coffin is right above there. But we are going to see the Gravekeeper coming in for a beautiful rescue here. And without any sort of flywheel to utilize, the Toy Merchant is going to take that heavy hit. But heading up to where those slow boxes are, but is her coffin? Or is it on the other side of the map?
It seems to be... Oh, we did see the Toy Merchant glide over to the double pallet area over by the ciphers. It does look like we are going to have the Clerk break the second box and presumably go up to break that third one.
Yup, definitely getting those boxes off the field. Something that we don't often see happen.
Oh,
Yeah, the coffin is right up there, so definitely staying in this area, making sure that the Toy Merchant can't safely rebirth, but she is going to heal. The Dancer has actually healed her back up. going to get that recording on the Embalmer just to disrupt the Cypher progress even further. And we're going to see possibly a target switch over to this Dancer. Oh, not quite pulling off that flywheel in time. And I believe we are actually going to switch to the Embalmer, who has no coffin to utilize. So definitely a sticky situation.
Right. All right, there is a good flywheel. We are going to see the Embalmer use that catapult, however, gaining some distance and going over towards the gate.
Yup, and using it to transition, you know, that is the thing with the Toy Merchant. Those catapults, I believe they take, if they disappear at all, it definitely takes a very long time. And a beautiful usage of that recording, locking off the pallet as well so it could not be dropped again, and using it to get that hit on the Embalmer. And we are going to go back into this hotel setting. Embalmer is going to drop down here, I believe, out of range of a fall hit, but... and using another catapult here to just get more distance on the Clerk.
For sure. And in the meantime, we did have the Gravekeeper and Female Dancer heal each other up. Clark is going to continue her pursuit of the Embalmer. Oh, it looks like... Oh, yeah. I noticed relatively late, but we do have an up-down teleport situation here with that confined space on that window. Oh, the Embalmer was forced to go through the walkway.
Wow.
Terror shot here. Beautiful terror shot.
Yup, great utilization of the Clerk box there to get that terror shock in just at the very last moment. And we are going to see the Embalmer chaired. Again, the Embalmer does not have a coffin to utilize. That has been used on the Toy Merchant. Could definitely come in handy later in the game. But, you know, if that Embalmer takes off, then that coffin will not do thing for these survivors. But we are going to see 2 ciphers are being decoded very, very efficiently now. Toy Merchant is being recorded though, so she cannot finish that cipher. We are going to see the Gravekeeper get the rescue here.
Yeah, and he's reached the chair relatively early, so they are going to play a bit of a waiting game over here.
Ooh, faking out that chair hit, but not able to hit the Embalmer on the way back. Embalmer does have another coffin now. We will see if he... Yup, he's gonna actually just place it right now, not giving any time.
Still under the Toy Merchant, however.
Oh, it is!
Good attempt, but unfortunately, there wasn't enough time. It does look like we are going to have Embalmer chaired in the basement this time around, but Gravekeeper is already moving in.
Yeah, it definitely looks like the Gravekeeper... Oh, no, Gravekeeper's just going to run... No, maybe? Gravekeeper, I believe, is going to buy as much time as possible. That cipher is primed, though, but LG will definitely have to be careful because the Clerk can definitely pressure that cipher. And possibly, no, not going to place a recording here on the Toy Merchant just yet.
Interesting stuff. I did notice that the Gravekeeper momentarily used his shovel, but didn't use it to drop down. He actually came back up. Oh, it looks like we are going to see a pop, and they're going to end up selling the Embalmer.
Yup, not rescuing that Embalmer. Definitely, it does mean that the Toy Merchant will not have a coffin on her later in the game, but, you know, Embalmer didn't really have much to offer. Anyway, definitely, you know, a worthy sacrifice heading into the final moments of this game. Gravekeeper does still have that shovel up, just has a tiny, tiny sliver of it, probably going to attempt to use that to body block, and get a hit in, but, ooh, and a beautiful pallet stun there, and not, with no recording, so, Luo unable to get a pallet hit recording off of that.
Yeah, Gravekeeper is doing a really great job of kiting right now, but it does look like Clerk is going to opt to teleport to the gate. And there we go.
Wow, not quite able to make it to that catapult. Toy Merchant is going to go down here. I believe this will be her second chair, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is her second chair. Gravekeeper and Female Dancer. Female Dancer definitely still in the area, definitely interested into getting this rescue, possibly, but Clerk is definitely not interested in letting that happen. Gravekeeper already over at the other gate, very likely going to be spectated by the Clerk shortly. Yep, there we are. Recording is going to go off. And it does not look like Toy Merchant is going to be rescued. Beautiful endgame pressure here going on by Luo on this Clerk. Not allowing them to open the gates, not allowing them to even have a second to breathe with those recordings.
For sure. I do notice that the tension is nearly running out though, but Gravekeeper does not have that much progress on the gate, so female dancer is really gonna have to kite out for a while over here.
Yeah, Gravekeeper also just at the gate, and
Oh!
a beautiful hit there on that dancer.
Yeah, right before detention was out too, we are going to see the clerk bring in the female dancer towards the center area where there are a few more chairs. Gravekeeper has left the gate at this point, but it looks like Luo is
Ooh.
gonna go for that 4-man.
Yup, definitely wanting to secure as many points as possible. Heading into this third round, you know, you do want to start it off strong, especially when it's all tied up like this. So Gravekeeper is going to sort of hang around the area. Not sure if he knows, he probably knows where Dungeon is, but not sure if he's going to transition over there. But we are going to see the dancer heading back towards that gate. She has picked herself up, exhausted herself heal. Gravekeeper going to take a hit here.
Yeah, doubling back definitely did not work in his favor right there. And we are going to see Clerk teleport to the other gate where the female dancer had just picked herself up. Alright, we are going to see her utilize that catapult that the toy merchant left behind over in this corner area. But great usage of the recording to pick up that pallet. Oh.
Yeah, just barely missing that heavy hit there. Oh, and just missing that flywheel. Female dancer, it does not have self-heal anymore and is... Let's see, is Luo going to chair this time? I kind of doubt it, but we will see. Nope, just going to drop the female dancer once again. Gravekeeper... Gravekeeper is just kind of trying to find somewhere to run here, trying to find somewhere to hide. Not at that gate anymore, though. Possibly looking for dungeon. But the dungeon is not in that corner.
Yeah, it does look like Clerk is closing in on the area and didn't quite catch sight of the Gravekeeper, but they are nearly neck and neck right here. Female dancer is going to be slugged at the moment because she did use her exit path previously. Unfortunately, it is going to be quite a bit before she actually bleeds out. And Gravekeeper is really going to have to watch out here. And it does look like Clerk has caught sight of him.
Yup, definitely going to be closing in on that Gravekeeper. He does still have a tiny bit of shovel left to utilize. So we could definitely be seeing a body block come in here with that shovel. But... I don't know if he'll be able to pull it off in time. Luo has definitely been very, very effective. Oh, we are going to see that catapult come back into play. That's the thing, you know, with that toy merchant, you know, those catapults stay on the field. And they can still be used by your teammates even after you are long sent back to the manor. And we are going to see that body block come out with the shovel. Beautiful work there from Fonzie, buying just a little bit more time. But in an open area here with that heavy hit, Gravekeeper will go down. Female dancer does not have self-heal, but she is crawling towards the dungeon.
Ooh. Let's see how this pans out.
Gravekeeper like not dead on chair.
Aware of the dungeon location, however, and unfortunately, female dancer is going to get found right here. Congratulations, that was a really solid 4-man elimination from the Ravens Hunter.
Yup, beautiful teamwork though by LG over the course of the match, but just unable to support that endgame, and that is the thing with the Clerk. Her endgame pressure is so strong, able to lock off those gates, make it so that you just cannot open them at all. We are going to take a look at the stats here. We've got pretty solid kites on both the Gravekeeper and that Embalmer. Dancer with 67 seconds, Toy Merchant with the good 90 seconds of containment. Very, very close, but again, just not able to fully, you know, counter that that Clerk coming into the end of the match.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely think that a lot of things ended up happening, and it did snowball into the Hunter's favor. We didn't see a rescue on that Embalmer at the end game, and we did see a little bit of that gate war, and we definitely saw them try and kite out that detention, but really great stuff. We are going to start this third round off with 5 points to Raven.
Yeah, definitely such a strong start here by Luo. You know, Not to say as to be expected, but definitely as to be
Mhm.
expected. You know, I believe we've seen Lua play Clerk before.
Mhm.
Cannot remember off the top of my head, but you know, Clerk is just such a strong hunter in this current meta. With that cipher pressure, with that versatility, and also just you know her ability to we saw in this match locking off those pallets at her when she I believe it's her full presence and maybe her half presence. No, it is her full presence. I
Mhm.
think. But able to lock off pallets, able to lock off ciphers, able to locking off the gates as well. You know, even if the survivors were able to get to that cipher pop, um, her ability to pressure both of those gates at once, it's just, you know, you have to be very, very diligent in order to be able to counter that. And, you know, in this situation, the survivors just were not able to get those gates open.
Yeah, absolutely. Really unfortunate on their end. I definitely think that a lot of what happened was definitely playing things risky, opting to sell. Even I noticed that a lot of their hits ended up coming from the great usage of all those recordings on the survivors. Despite being recorded, they still opted to utilize those pallets, those vaults, and I think that that also played into Clerk's favor.
I did notice, especially towards the end, I don't believe it got caught on the main camera. But while the Gravekeeper was being recorded, he did go and touch the gate, and force it to be locked off for just a little bit longer. So definitely, you know, something you do have to pay attention to. Anytime you're being recorded by a clerk, if you interact with anything, it will be locked off and inaccessible for. I'm not sure the exact amount of time. I can probably check that now. But it will be locked off for a significant amount of time, and you will be unable. Okay, it is 9 seconds. Um, Survivors cannot interact with any interacted objects while being recorded. That were interacted with while
Mhm.
being recorded for 9 seconds after the recording is over. So definitely, you know, can be very, very detrimental to a kite. We saw those pallets get locked off. We saw those windows get locked off. Yes, Ravens needs a one-man escape to win. On the flip side, that one idiot needs a 4-man elimination to continue into overtime, which could definitely happen. I would definitely anticipate Ravens banning that guard 26.
Oh yeah, for
But
sure. That match is phenomenal. But yeah, I'm definitely sure that we are going to see just another exciting match. Both teams have been playing formidably, and regardless of any fumbles or outcomes of the previous match, it's safe to say that that match really left us on the edge of our seats. It definitely was prolonged a good amount of time, so we got to see all of the players give it their all. And we are going to move into the second half of the third round here with the Ravens Survivors and the LG Hunter.
Yep, and we are going to see that Antiquarian Priestess and Female Dancer taken off the table right away. Very unfortunate to see all three of their faces again in that banned list. But we are actually going to not see that Guard 26 banned here. We are
Wow.
going to see the Geisha and the Breaking Wheel. Definitely understandable, especially on a map like this. Not banning that Breaking Wheel could definitely be very detrimental with all of these open areas. Oh, and we are going to see that mechanic. Definitely, that is called. We
Yay!
are pushing for that one-man escape. And a
Oh,
person
let's
as well with
go!
double
My
Dakota for this
favorite
last round.
siblings, Luca Balsa and Tracy Resnick. You know what? I don't care what anyone says. Double Decoder is a fun composition, even if it's risky, and I think that it's worth going big or going home. The stakes aren't as high for Raven survivors, and you know what? I am really excited for this choice. You get one decoder chased, you still have the other up and running.
Yup, definitely. Looking for that Cypher Rush here and looking for because again, you know, they only need that one-man escape. So with that mechanic on the team, definitely pushing for at least a draw. Oh, and that Embalmer coming in as a ban, definitely definitely understand that one, especially seeing how Ravens were able to utilize that Embalmer. And also is that Wild? That is the
Wildling.
Wildling being banned. Definitely going for, you know, taking those survivors that Ravens have used in the past in order to secure those extra escapes. We are going to see the Mercenary let out to play here. Definitely, a survivor who can take so many hits. So formidable. We saw earlier today, Mercenaries able to clutch dungeon at the end. Definitely a very valuable member of the team. And we're going to see the Psychologist locked in as the final survivor ban.
Yeah, it would have been fun to see some Psychologist gameplay as well, though we've seen quite a bit of her. It does give room for some Prospector, however. So I'm definitely looking forward to this team composition. Maybe I'm a little bit biased because I do enjoy playing all of these characters. I'm staring at Bones' mercenary icon right now as I say this.
Yeah, but definitely really excited to see. We haven't seen a Prospector. We've seen a Prospector maybe once or twice in this tournament so far. He's definitely been coming out a lot in other regions. Coming, as sort of that premier harasser in the current meta.
Mhm.
Able to just throw magnet after magnet. And can definitely be just very, very valuable to a team. Very, very interested. Oh, so we've gotten our Persona webs in. We are going to see the Mercenary with Tide. Everyone else has broken windows. But I am so excited to see this double decoder comp. We have not seen a double decoder comp in a while. And I'm very excited to see it, both because, I do enjoy the characters, obviously. But also because, as you were saying, Mixie, you chase one decoder, you still have the other one on the field. And even with the mechanic, she does have that decoding debuff when the other survivors are injured, but she still has that bot on the field. And we are going to see the Wax Artist once again. Welcome back to the field.
Yeah,
and this is
welcome
definitely a
back,
really
indeed.
good map for him.
Yeah, I think this is a really optimal choice on the side of that one idiot. It's gonna be really intense to see all of these players play up against each other in this high stakes match. I'm really excited. Not to linger on the team comp or anything, but I definitely think that it's gonna be fun. The utilization of these characters on a map like this is gonna be great. I know it's a little bit more open area for the Prospector, but trust in, I believe it's gonna be David on that Prospector, and some unique stuns. We do have the Luca and Tracy to support that mercenary as well, who does have a little bit of a decode debuff. I think that the ciphers, the way they're spread out, it's highly likely that you'll have a lower sort of transmission loss when you let Luca on those ciphers, so that's an added bonus to them. And of course, not only for decoding, but the versatility of the bot is something that is not to be underestimated. I think that being able to have that bot out to potentially heal up anybody makes room for Mercenary to go for additional rescues, or perhaps for Prospector to get healed if he decides to harass.
Definitely very excited, especially, if we do see David on that Prospector. I do believe he is an S badge, but I have accidentally tried to swap that. It's embarrassing.
I just saw Pablo
hit
get
the
kicked
wrong
out of it.
Sorry, Pablo, but I'm not a very good survivor. I will not be surviving today, but definitely very excited to see what we have in store for us. I do think that it will probably be Sapphire on that mechanic. Very excited to see, especially, with Sapphire's ability to use the bees with Entomologist. I'm really excited to see if that ends up translating its way into using like a bot body block, for example, if she ends up being first kite. But also, mechanic can be very, very valuable without those bot body blocks, and just, hiding the bot right away. If that one idiot isn't able to find that bot, that is a fifth survivor on the field and can be so valuable in terms of just getting at least one person out the gate.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of great gates, having that bot at the gate as well really works out, especially considering the point that we keep bringing up, Bones, of how close in proximity these gates tend to be on Chinatown. Getting able to have that extra body to be able to decode the exit gate is really gonna help if Mechanic or perhaps Mercenary is able to utilize it in the end game. Of course, they're really gonna have to watch out with the bot's life, but I'm looking forward to seeing some interesting utilizations of the Mechanic stall.
Yeah, I'm definitely very excited as well. But on the side of the hunter, Wax Artist is definitely not to be underestimated on this map. And as you were saying, with those gates that are so close together, Wax Artist's Wax Bomb can, I believe, reach both gates, at least like from the middle of the map. So definitely we will be seeing that gate pressure come into play once again. Definitely, when we push that end game, definitely expect to go to that Cypher Pop, considering we do have 2 decoders in play. Yeah, but we are going to be heading right into here. We are going to see... Hey, come on. Little
No,
bit of
imagine-
tease there.
No, we should have gotten the lizard tease. Come on, Zed. Oh wait, no, it's not Zed. It's that one idiot.
It's that one idiot this time. Yeah, you should have played
I'm
Ripper.
I'm so used to Zen teasing the lizard that I had to name drop.
Actually.
Maybe if you gave us a lizard. I'm just kidding. So just to reiterate, we are going to have triple broken windows followed by a tide from the Mercenary, of course. We are proceeding to the area selection with, oh my god, they're putting Proud Sensei, the prisoner, up in middle. So
Yeah, definitely a very bold choice here, putting that prisoner in the open area. But Prospector is still there to harass, and Prisoner shouldn't be discounted as a kiter in his own right. Having that stun, it might just be a 1-second stun, but it does recharge, I believe, every 60 seconds. And that can be just so valuable as the match goes on. And it's just, he is sort of one of those decoders that has a little bit of help, I guess.
absolutely.
In terms of being able to fight, no full debuffs or anything, but we are gonna get into it.
Yeah, for sure. This is the second half of round 3 with the LG Hunter up against the Raven Survivors. Good luck to both teams.
Good luck to both teams, and we are going to head right over. Looks like Pablo has taken that center cipher. We are going to see the prisoner rotating all the way over to that hotel. So not going to be too concerned with that center area, but we are going to see that one idiot already hot on his trail. And yep, that Wax is already coming into play. Proud Sensei does have a very good area to loop here as well, and I am very interested to see what Proud Sensei has to offer with this prisoner. And yeah, heading right up those stairs. We'll see if he uses this pallet here. Yep, going to just use the pallet right away. Not quite enough time to get through.
Unfortunately, he isn't gonna break out of that Wax. It does look like we are seeing a teleport on the Wax Artist as well, just to note. So we are going to see that prisoner stun utilized as he goes up those stairs.
Yeah, very good use of the prisoner stun, really knowing that range. I believe that was like just barely in the edge of that stun.
David the Prospector is moving in. Great stun right here, though it did get some wax on the windows. It does look like Prospector is the new target of that one idiot.
Yeah, definitely understand that though. Prospector with those magnets, with that freezing, with the wax freezing, it isn't, Prospector does have a little bit of trouble. Definitely good here to get that magnet right away. Yeah, but again, with that wax splash,
can he get out in time? No.
Nope. We are going to see David go down almost right away. Beautiful start here for that one idiot, and so important to get that fast down as well.
For sure.
It also works in his favor to swap targets right away because David probably wasn't expecting as much to be taking that kite.
Yeah, and it does hinder the mechanic as well. She is going to get her... Oh, not quite.
Wow, no, it did end up reaching it.
Oh, I see.
Wow.
But yeah, definitely hinders mechanics decoding on her own cipher. Having to utilize that bot helps, but of course... Oh, a terror shock on the mercenary!
Wow! trying to bait out that chair and just got caught in that fast Wax Artist hitbox. We are going to see Pablo take a terror shock, Prospector take a hit here, Mercenary unable to continue to body block, and just getting out of the area as soon as possible. Probably going to be healed by that mechanic bot once Tide runs out. But wow, beautiful. Not quite stuffed, you know, because it was the Mercenary, he was able to still get that rescue off. But the Mercenary is going to be downed here. And also still very, very detrimental to that mechanic as well. Unable to decode to her fullest potential with 2 teammates injured and 1 on chair.
Yeah, it just looked like Prisoner... Prisoner did move in, but we are going to see the Mercenary get healed by the bot.
Yup, and we are going to see, I do believe everyone is healing over there in that corner. We will be seeing the Prospector sold, but unfortunately the Prisoner does have Wanted Order, and so we will see the Wax Artist already heading in that direction and using Teleport here to get even closer without having to hike all the way. Cutting off the Mercenary's healing as well. It looks like we are actually going to be getting that bot, trying to get that bot out of commission here.
This bot is just doing the utmost work. He needs to be really careful to... Okay, there we are. We are going to see the bot waxed off and taken out of commission, but that one idiot is still on the move, trying to find his next target.
Yup, heading possibly towards the center over here, and it does look like the mechanic...
Oh no,
Does
the
the
mechanic
have
stuck.
froze? Or was that the bot?
I feel like it's been a little too long since the
Yeah.
bot has gone down, so it was probably Crows. But it does look like we have the mechanic as our next target.
Yup, definitely looking a little bit unfortunate here. And oh, we are going to go for that double hit. Mechanic is going to have that speed boost here, but oh, a little bit of mind games at that window, and we are going to see the mechanic go straight down here. Not at the window, at that drop point. But you know, the sort of will the mechanic drop, will the mechanic not drop? Trying to bait that one idiot into dropping himself, and it's going to just turn into the mechanic being on the chair and with no bot left to utilize. However, we are going to see that the Prisoner is trying to remote prime that Cypher. Unfortunately, it's right next to the chair, or right near the chair, and that one idiot is going to break that connection.
Yeah, Mercenary is, however, able to rotate away from that Cypher and get that rescue on the mechanic, and it does look like Mercenary is going to be the next target.
Yup, unfortunately still has elbow pads utilized, or that was the final elbow pad. Prisoner is still hard at work on that Cypher though, and oh, yup, there we are, there's the teleport. Coming in and getting the hit, not quite the terror shock, but still through the window, dropping that wax bomb just to block the window off. And yeah, Mechanic has started... Oh, Mechanic has actually returned to that previous Cypher, even with her slow decoding, definitely making good progress on it. That one idiot kind of in the middle of the map here, trying to pressure all 3 survivors at once, but is going to head towards that Mechanic Cypher.
Yeah, she did move away from it, and it does look like we are going to see that that one idiot return to the previous Cypher in Hotel. It's a bit of a tough situation. There's 2 Cyphers on their way to being primed with 3 people still in. There's a lot of pressure because that one idiot really needs to get a 4-man to proceed into overtime.
Yup, and it looks like the Mechanic is going to have that Cypher primed. Prisoner is going to be... Oh, they're just going to pop it! Oh no!
I definitely see what happened here. So Mechanic does have that decoding debuff, so I'm assuming the Mechanic was really just trying to touch prime it, but accidentally went over and ended up popping it.
Yeah, it could have also been an anticipation of the... Oh, the gate was already open?
Yeah, and that's all they needed. Wow. So we are going to see a surrender here.
Wow, what an endgame there.
Let's have a look at this.
I almost wonder if that pop was because they were anticipating I guess maybe anticipating that hot wax down.
Yeah.
But just unable to make it to that gate in time. They need to nerf gate opening speed. I'm not even gonna I'm not gonna front with you. They need to nerf that gate opening speed. That was fast.
I can't
But
believe that was open already. I swore
yeah,
that
that was
the mercenary
crazy.
was moving in, but like I know that he was on one side of the map, but with the decoding speed such as the mercenaries, I'm
It
surprised
doesn't
it was able
affect
to.
the gate though.
Oh,
The
okay.
gate, yeah, the gate speed is only affected for the acrobat and the antiquarian. Yeah, gate speed, I believe it only takes about like 45 to 50 seconds for the gate to open.
Mm,
Or less than that. I think it's more than 18 seconds. But I'll need to check that stat. But it was definitely very, very close for that gate to be open, and yeah, no choice but to just surrender there, considering it was already won. So I know it's not on the screen anymore, but I do have the stats up. Let's see.
you have the
Yeah,
stats. I am emoting
I
on Ali's
do.
screen.
Let's see. Yeah, so Prisoner had 181% decoding with a 78-second kite. Prospector with 68% decoding and a 47-second kite. Mercenary 136% decoding and 2 rescues, 1 heal, and a 51-second kite. Mechanic with 179% decoding and a 31-second kite. But just that gate opening speed really, really came in handy. Absolutely, just well played on all sides, and that double decoder team composition, especially the usage of the prisoner, I really want to highlight. Connecting both of those ciphers that they were priming.
Yeah, even if you don't end up sending back progress, it's still an additional 10% on top of that accelerated decoding. So, regardless of what the play was, connecting the last ciphers, it really benefited the decoding overall.
Yeah, definitely. It's really, really well played on the side of Ravens, and as I've been saying this whole time, such well coordinated survivors. And even with that pop, I'm so curious as to what happened with that pop. Because like the theory that it was the mech trying to touch Prime. They were anticipating the hot wax down, and it ended up being cold wax instead. Anything could have happened. It did work out for them somehow.
Oh, got it. So, according to Ali, it did seem that the prisoner wanted the pop to happen. So,
Okay.
so the outcome was that prisoner decided to be the sacrificial lamb.
Yeah, well, I mean, it definitely worked out. Proud Sensei's play there. Definitely, it ended up working out. That sort of thing can definitely. Sometimes it is about the what you don't anticipate. And having a pop like that, mercenary already set up at that gate. Mechanic, they only need one escape. So even if the prisoner didn't make it out, even if the mechanic didn't make it out, the only thing they needed was for that mercenary to make it out, and they were definitely confident being all the way on the other side of the map near that other exit gate. Mercenary would be able to get it open either by the time that Proud Sensei was chaired, or by the time the mech was found, etc., etc. Essentially, they were in a very good position to get that mercenary out of the gate, especially considering I don't believe teleport was up yet. So yeah, definitely, and that's the thing, like you play in terms of how you can get that one escape.
Yeah, for sure.
And sacrificing everything in order to get that one escape still gives you that win.
Goodbye, Luca Balsa, fly high. Wise words from S. I can almost hear her voice, but it does look like we are going to be wrapping up here. And congratulations to Team Ravens for winning the Checkmate tournament.
Tournament. It's been a very long day. Thank you all, especially those of you who have stuck here since the 3rd place round. Thank you so much. A, for watching, V, for supporting the team, C, for putting up with me. Sadly we did not get to see a lizard by the end of the tournament, but all is well that ends well. We did get to see a lot of very interesting picks. We did get to see a lot of very interesting hunter picks as well. And I just really appreciate the opportunity to be able to commentate for this tournament. Thank you so much again to Ali and everybody who has organized this, putting this together. You know, I know that it hasn't been without its troubles, but you know, it's still everything came together in the end. And yeah, just thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Mixie as well, thank you for coming in just to sub in for this last match. Thank you to S as well. I know I see you in the chat. Thank you for also putting up with me all day today. And also thank you to every single one of the teams who has taken part in this tournament. You have all done so well, even if you didn't make it to this last round. Even, you know, playing in this tournament at all, you've proven yourself as formidable competitors. So definitely really hope to see this tournament happen again. Really hope to see maybe some new faces, maybe some old faces returning. Definitely hope to see all of the teams that played today come back, because I know they have it in them to be great. And yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bones. And of course, don't know what else I could say to really add on because Bones is always so eloquent with what they say. But thank you so much again. This is the second time we've had a Checkmate tournament courtesy of Ali. So thank you so much. I really hope this isn't the last time because this tourney is always a lot of fun. Congratulations to all of the teams that have participated. No matter where you finalized, I really think that it's something to be proud of, and you really contribute to the competitive scene for our server. And I really hope to see all of you continue. And if you didn't get the chance to play in this tournament, perhaps we might see you in the future, whether it be this tournament or maybe another one. Hopefully, we'll see some more from the community as well as the official IDV scene. And I hope these players also inspire you to continue onwards if it's something you so desire. And thank you so much for having me. It's always a pleasure to commentate here, and I always have a lot of fun with Bones and anyone else I get to be paired up with. I've been Myxieneo, and of course I've been with Bones, and this has been the Identity 5 Checkmate Tournament.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I hope to see you all in the future.
Thank you. Bye-bye.